Hyvää huomenta ja lämpimästi tervetuloa Eurooppa-foorumin toiseen päivään sekä täällä paikan päällä Turussa että verkossa. Olen Jenni Peltomaa ja minulla on ilo toimia yhtenä tämän vuoden juontajista. Muistutuksena jälleen yleisölle, että kaikki Eurooppa-foorumin ohjelmat striimataan suorana verkkoon. Suomenkielinen sisältö tulkataan englanniksi Interfy-sovelluksen kautta ja keskusteluun voi osallistua chatissa, johon pääsee skannaamalla näytöllä näkyvän QR-koodin. Good morning everyone, welcome to the second day of Europe Forum here in Nook. My name is Jenni Peltomaa and I am delighted to be one of your hosts this year. Reminder for the audience, all programs are live streamed online. The language of this program is Finnish, however you may listen to the English interpretation to the Interfy app. Please mind other listeners and use headphones. If you need any help with this, the conference staff are happy to help you. You are also invited to take part in the conversation through the chat, which you can access by scanning the QR code on the screen. Thank you. Päivän ensimmäisessä keskustelussa kuullaan nuorten näkemyksiä siitä, millaisista ilmasto-, energia- ja turvallisuuspolitiikkaa Euroopassa tarvitaan tulevina vuosikymmeninä. Annan nyt puheenvuoron keskustelun moderaattorille Markku Sipille. Ole hyvä.
Kiitos. Tervetuloa.
To the moderator, Markku Sipi. Thank you. Welcome everybody. Welcome to the panelists. I will present you briefly. In these panels, our time often runs out, so I suggest that before we start with the panel, we start with the opening presentation. Thank you very much for coming to listen to our panel and our vision. The vision has been constructed with 15 youths and 4 moderators who have been leading this. I'm one of those young peoples who is here to tell you what this vision looks like. So the EU vision for future action by 2040. First of all, there are 3 important points. The EU is dependable and just society, more democratic and enforces commitment, and green transition is carried out within the planetary boundaries. Now the first main theme in 2040, democracy, security, energy and environmental policy and societal democracy will be part of this. Democracy is inclusive and people have more possibilities to participate, for instance, with the citizens' councils. Digital self-sufficiency, dependable information access and AI, the use of AI in a responsible manner. In addition, the Sami people are also an integral part of decision making. Green transition projects will not be carried out in the Sami people's lands without their specific consent. And this means that the fundamental rights will be enhanced and also the Sami people can participate in these decision-making processes. And then thirdly, about security. This is something which is a fundamental right, and energy poverty and its mitigation is a joint objective. People will be given information to carry out energy renovations, and green transition will get support in terms of training, income support and new employment opportunities. Then another central theme, security. In 2040, in the EU, security will be understood comprehensively. Climate and energy solutions are not seen as separate, they are complementary. These fossil fuels will be done away with. This will move to renewable energy sources, and this will enhance security of supply. Climate change is a strategic threat, and therefore we have to keep it as a joint objective. We have to guarantee the functioning of the society in all situations. Also, nature is part of security. For instance, the restoration of wetlands and biodiverse forest lands enforce the resilience of societies. In 2040, the EU energy system will be distributed, emission-free, and security and electricity networks and transition networks will be enforced. We reduce strategic dependencies and we enforce our infrastructures. This also means securing everyday life for people. We enforce climate-friendly agriculture and city planning, which is environmentally friendly and sustainable. And then a third theme is green transition, which is carried out within the planetary limits or boundaries. And this means that emissions will be cut down by 2040, biodiversity loss has been stopped, and biodiversity is enforced. This means a new kind of economy and new types of jobs. Renewable energies, nitrogen, will contribute to growing markets. In our vision, the EU is self-sufficient in terms of energy, and the system is flexible enough to encounter different types of situations. Fossil energy will be made unviable and transition will be made into clean technologies and clean energies. At the same time, the EU is a trailblazer in circular economy, and consumer goods can be used for a longer time. Material will be circulated longer. Product passports and new technologies reduce the need for new raw materials. Nature biodiversity is on the rise. Wetlands will be restored and endangered species will be protected. Food systems emphasize healthy, plant-based and local food. Adjustment to climate change is carried out in a planned fashion, and each nation and region have their own plans. And in these plans, nature-based solutions are used. In the cities, we can see greener environments and better functioning public transportation systems. And our vision is based on the idea that the future belongs also to the coming generations. In 2040, the coming generations and securing their future is a moral obligation, which will be seen in all decision making. It is important for this to happen, and we need future literacy, ability to understand how decisions impact our future. And this is all we have tried to do in our vision. Young people need to be able to participate more in the decision-making processes concerning their future. We also need investments. A future generations climate fund could support activities in this sense, so that transition is just also in the future. So therefore, finally, in our vision, we challenge all decision makers to consider how you, with your own action, can ensure that a life-sustaining planet be preserved to the youth of today in 2040 and to the generations after that. Thank you very much for listening to our vision, and now we can move on. to the panel. Thank you, Elina. Well, if you want to come and sit here, or you can stand there as well, as you wish. So now briefly I'd like to present our panelists. I have some excellent questions here for you. And please make sure that you've turned off the sound on your mobile phones. Now, I think it's a good sign that all of you here now sit in the order that I actually want to present you. First of all, we have Jenni Halonen. She's one of the experts from Youth, Climate and Energy Vision 2040, and she's an active environmentalist and has represented this group in many occasions, Generation and Equality Group Vice Chairman, and thank you for coming. You're very welcome, and give a big hand to her. Excellent. And then Kati Kivinen, art historian and curator at the Helsinki Art Museum, head of exhibitions, modern art, societal changes, and she tries to find new perspectives on how art can improve our world and our place in it. And welcome, Kati. And then Maria Ohisalo from the Greens Party, member of the European Parliament. Formerly she was environmental minister, president of the Greens Party, and she has also been a Minister of Housing. She has a PhD and she has researched poverty and homelessness, for instance. A warm welcome. And then finally we have Mikko Piispa, youth researcher who has worked in many projects involving young people, tourism, mobility, environment, future, and ecological research as well. Welcome, Mikko. I'm Markku Sipi, your moderator. Well, in practice this means that I'm the person who has to look at the clock, and then I have to cut you at some point, if that's okay for you. And now, perhaps very briefly in the beginning, a couple of sentences. What types of ideas did you get from this youth vision? I'll come to you after. Mikko first. Well, I thought it's interesting. There is this traditional continuum of what young people want, and then also very interesting contributions, concrete matters, and new openings for discussion, and certain limited perspectives that really can invite all of us to discuss the vision and its purpose. Yes, thank you very much for you, the young people who've done this vision. We need this kind of thinking out of the box in this particular situation when things are difficult, but we have to look to the future. It's good that young people are not satisfied with what we have at the moment. We need long-term innovative solutions. For instance, how nature restoration and strengthening biodiversity combined with climate change are a very important part of this vision. This is not just any climate issue. This is very strongly linked to security. Many young people think about this. They also have fears, if I can now interpret what they think. They look towards Russia, for instance, and think, what are they going to do? Because they use fossil fuels as a threat to destroy the planet. So it's very important to exit from the fossil fuels. Katri. Yes, indeed. This time and age sometimes seems very pessimistic, so it's wonderful that young people try to think what is there in the future. They are very imaginative, very creative. This is what we need. And as a representative of culture, and creative arts. This is something we really want to hear. We really need these new ideas from young people. And what about you, Jenny? How did this sound? Yes, this was a multidisciplinary group, and I think this brought us our strength, and it was wonderful to see how we built this up and seeing how there was a demand for this kind of work. There was a lot of interest on this type of visioning work. There is more of this needed.
So the first question has to do with this imagining, and I'm going to advertise. We have a new podcast which deals with believe in the future, and this is related to how we imagine the future to be better, because it is so very difficult. And I am claiming that we're very clever and resourceful in thinking about negative scenarios, and we are constantly reminded about the worst case scenario. So I'm not surprised by young people growing into this, seeing the crisis following each other. But if I read 10 articles, only 0.2 speak about anything positive. So we, whoever we are, so the social media, the media in general, don't talk about any positive things. And I think it is just very narrow where we get any news about a positive alternative future prospects. And my question is, what is preventing us from imagining positive futures or challenging our own ideas? I could start with art. Kati, go ahead. Well, when I read the vision, I was thinking that maybe partly it's a question of us not just having a crisis, an ecological crisis, but it's also a crisis in imagination. And it is all the discouraging information that we're surrounded by, and the fact that our everyday lives, as well as the future, shows itself as something very bleak. But personally, I was working last year in a large project where we wanted to support climate optimism, not simply to just say some empty words or to be all hippies, but to engage artists in sharing views about potential futures. Often they did that together with researchers, so there were scientific facts behind these stories. And I'm sure we're all interested in facts, but how art can help us in this challenging, discouraging situation is that it can combine the information with experience, feelings, as well as thinking and imagination. Can I get back to when you already gave us all the solutions, basically, but as somebody following the creative field, what would you say is preventing us, apart from the discouraging news? Well, I think it was about 15 years ago that in visual arts we started elaborating on this more, and it started also from this dystopic future prospects. People often felt in the art exhibitions at those times that they don't want to be faced with that, and therefore I feel in my work that it is my responsibility to see what alternative future prospects we might have, instead of just getting stuck in this negative image. What about the former minister's perspective? What do you think is preventing us? Well, think about all the news headlines where often we hear about the green politician who has utopist ideas, that they are utopias. Our culture dictates that you have to have concrete things about the present times, but if you start imagining things, people start giving counter arguments like, what's that going to cost, who's going to pay for that? So we don't have much room for an actual dialogue. And since we are living in times of a dystopia and all these negative images come flooding on us, we don't dare to think about a utopia because crises are so much present in our world. We are constantly fed with those kinds of news. And with an artist friend of mine, Anni Pohto, who might be actually following this, I had breakfast with her today, and she said that the role of artists is extremely important because if there are people who are not at the core of the current flood of negative news, but actually looking at things from a little bit outside and thereby getting new ideas. That was quite crucial what you said about that the approval for coming up with new visions is quite narrow. And I think this is a message we should all as when we leave from here. Mikko, exactly. So we have this technologically financial rationale here, and that restricts what is considered permitted, what are allowed utopias. And anything going beyond that is really stigmatized actually as something of a utopia. And when we focus on technology so much for the future, I think actually that is too much of an utopia when we think about future. But what is preventing us probably being restricted by these conventions about what is allowed, then the sustainable development for the future is allowed, but if you go beyond that, easily you get some criticism for that. What do you think? Why is it so hard for us to accept it? Why is it easier to accept negative scenarios? When you said that, okay, we will have mass migration, drought, and everything will die. But if you show an alternative, more positive thing, you're told not to get ahead of things, basically, not to think about those things. Of course, these crises are also a burden on people's thinking. And in an ideal situation, I don't think we would need to think about the future actively. We wouldn't need to be calling for a broad citizens' debate about this. We don't have this crisis landscape. That would be great. But now that we have this call for discussion on the future, it tells us that something's wrong about our world right now. And I think it is also the fact that we have all these crises present. Jenny, now that this is the framing that's been handed out to you, young people, what would you like to add here? Well, I share what's been said here, but also maybe from a young person's perspective, your brain capacity can be overwhelmed. It was hard for me to go along with this process because we're always what is expected is realism in the very early stages of any process. So we don't have room for when we're not 100% sure about how we get to the last stage, but we should still already know what it is, which is a bit silly. But from a young person's perspective, it is difficult to imagine a positive future when the current situation is really all about negative scenarios, and the surrounding world keeps telling us that we should be concerned, alarmed, and worried about the future. And then when our political decisions made today are not really supporting young people or their future, so you would be looking for something that would be carrying you over towards the future. And when we only hear negative talk about the future, you simply start thinking about how you will cope with the current times in the present day. Although we should be thinking about the future because we will be the ones living through those times, but we have limited brain capacity. So living in these times makes it difficult for us to imagine. I have a little bit of a provocative thought. I have a very unscientific interpretation on world. I think everybody knows about some success stories where I decided I'm going to do something and then all of a sudden things started going my way and my life started looking like this. And I was wondering if an active decision could be taken in the background and that would start to become reality. And is it also something that if we only think about negative thoughts, can it basically have an effect so that we end up in that negative path? Ultimately. And this is why I would like to think about the positive visioning. What if we had another kind of a goal? Would that make us work towards that goal? And my question is to all of you, because we have stated that it is tricky, much more difficult and takes a lot of active pondering to figure out what the good future would be like. So my question would be, how will you build these positive future prospects or goals? Of course, it does take an active, positive fixing in your brain. You need to turn on that gear or switch there, and it makes us realize that we need to do some advocacy work, even if the world is now in a when we know what things could be better, we want to promote those things. And of course, we want to try to increase our own ability to read things concerning the future, thinking about what could also be a positive trend. Know that we're not only stuck in these current structures, but we want to break out from those patterns, although we might not know exactly how we can get there. Do you have a concrete way saying about your own thinking? It is looking very bad now, but I can do like this and I can get into a more positive mode. Well, for me, it's simply following what others are doing. When I see people around me, how they consciously take decisions on a daily basis, and there I feel that this community spirit gives us power and collectivity. So the example that others said, because the future is about a community, we are all needed for that. So if somebody is positive, it kind of spreads. That's right. Kati, when you talked about a community spirit, it just brought to my mind project, because I think in the field of culture, artists are in a very important role because they can offer spots or places where an individual but also communities can be affected. And there was a Lundström Museum had a project with Anastasia Rönke, a project for the title was something along the lines for the children of the apocalypse. And at the core of this was the artist getting in touch with a group of young people in Rauma, talking about these important topics. So in this young people's own community, they talk to not just artists, but also with instructors, talking about how to survive in situations of crisis, how to be self-sufficient in terms of foodstuffs, and also talking about your emotions, because it can be quite challenging, and it can be good to have a professional person to help you with that. And I think it is a fine example of something like this, to engage young people into that discussion. They can share their feelings, and although the starting point was kind of a dystopia, but they turned it into what could be more positive about our future. So here again, the sense of community seemed to be important here, but it still seems that you need to push people a little bit to do something like that. So you need some encouragement. But what does Maria say? We definitely need strong movement, people engaging, so that we get the politicians to take those important decisions. And I think we have a very strong narrative about what we need to give up when we are facing the climate change, climate crisis, or biodiversity loss, instead of thinking about what is the goal we want to achieve. We want to end up in a world where these crises and problems have been solved, and that's what researchers want to achieve as well, because they have understood that it's a good idea to give the message that not everything's been lost. Although I think your title for your podcast was that we're all gonna die. That's not very positive. Yes, because we don't want to attract criticism, so we just want to use their words. So yeah, but it's going to take some time for us to solve this crisis. But let's imagine these better futures. Because young people are not only the visionaries for the future, they are living here already through these times. So let's involve them in all the processes of decision making. When we have the upcoming elections and there will be the government negotiations, the young people should be involved, instructing on day 2 in the negotiations what the issues are that we should take on our agenda to get to the goal we want to achieve. So we need to have crowds, we have to have power from the crowd. If we had climate planning for 2040, the council and parliament should always invite young people there. And just briefly, when we're constantly trying to achieve constant growth, questioning that takes a lot of courage, because when more people say that we could actually cope and not have to give up really anything or not much to get a much better future. And I would like to get more concrete terms from you, because I think many people identify all the things that are now wrong. But if we want to create a significant role as a decision maker, what could decision makers do to get the message across? I'll give you an example. What I'm looking for here is something really concrete, because I like to criticize, say, how they're handling forests nowadays. So if you let the waste go to the rivers, this is a very concrete action. What could you do as the opposite? What kind of message could you politicians give?
Being a utopist as a politician is also possible once in a while, and take up the challenge, listen to the criticism, be courageous and brave enough to write very directly about, give suggestions like stop logging of forests, stop it now. So why would not politicians be able to do this more, be more courageous and brave? So give out strong and brave messages. So brave messages and art, and then what else, Mikko? We could also think about what we want to preserve. When we talk about the future, one thing at least which is lacking is that even though we have this crisis horizon there, but in our everyday life it's not always so clear, it's not visible there. Our life is still relatively good, the structures and infrastructure is still working here, and it's difficult to, at least in terms of principle, to touch this and somehow dismantle that. But at least on an idealistic level, we want to preserve all this. However, if we agree on the fact that some sort of a welfare state could be preserved, perhaps it's worth preserving. So how would we do that? Where should we succeed? Would it be based on an ecological basis? So the political parties, now that the elections are coming up, it would be interesting to hear from them. Do they really want to maintain this current welfare state, and how can it be connected to the ecological challenges? And then one question, when you talk about the welfare state, and it means different things to different people. How about in more concrete terms? What would you say? This is how your future would look like in 2040 if ... Well, for many people, this would mean the basic structures: training, education, healthcare, a certain level of social services. And I'm sure that there are certain matters that would be included here that the majority would agree on, that they should be maintained. But of course, certain areas should be developed, and it should also be considered, is it enough just to maintain, or are there some matters that should be improved within the ecological limits? And in this youth vision, it's very clear to me that adjustments are needed, because some of the milk already spilled, so we have to think of what we can do. What is the role of the state, for instance, if catastrophes hit? Indeed, I think this is a very good point. When we think about what we want to do away with and what we want to maintain when we get to that point in future, what are the practical effects here? The Finnish nature. Who in Finland hates the nature? But it doesn't mean that you go to the woods every day, or the Baltic Sea Day. We have the Baltic Sea Day today. The Baltic Sea is very important in terms of biodiversity and productivity. However, the sea is not in a great state. So when we look at politicians and decision making, what are they prepared to do for it? So when you go and vote, don't vote the guy who says, I love the Baltic Sea. Vote for the person who says that they want to transfer the funds that are now used for instance, pig farms, instead of trying to use the funds to save the Baltic Sea. A couple of years ago, my colleague Kerttu Kotakorpi made a program. We traveled to Senegal, and we traveled very far inland in the countryside, and there, with those who are operating there, we had discussions. There was a 200-hectare nature reserve which was limited by 5 villages who had to agree on these activities. So all the representatives of the villages were invited to negotiations, and there the project leaders discussed with the elderly leaders of the villages. The leaders were reminiscing what type of nature was there when they were children. It was totally different, with a lot of animals, a lot of biodiversity. And as soon as this vision was presented, then they asked the youth, do you want to have this kind of nature back? And of course, at that instance, all the young people voted yes. So this was the method how they were able to agree amongst 5 villages to preserve this nature area. For 2 seasons, it had been a very dry area, and after that, it started to grow again, become more green. So this nature barometer, on the basis of that, the figures would have been very low in the beginning. Now, we're running out of time, unfortunately, but perhaps we talk more about creativity. Kati, how do you see creativity? What is its role? How could you encourage people into that direction? Well, I personally feel that since I'm interested in these matters as a human being, but also as a researcher of art, so I think that creativity in terms of difficult matters, not just the climate change, but also other issues. So I feel that the artist's way of dealing with matters in a creative way makes makes things more understandable. They bring those things closer to us. And also art's ability to talk to us, to our feelings. And those artists who want to deal with matters in this way are important for me. And I think this is something very important as a message to hand over to people. So I think that we can improve our creativity by trying to see where we could go, by trying to test what our future could look like, so that we are not only basing our thinking on facts or on the fear that people think we are somehow not to be taken seriously. Well, you are a creative person, you represent creativity here. What about the other panelists? How do you see the importance of creativity as a way to think out of the box? I myself, I don't think that creativity belongs only to artists. Of course, it belongs to everybody. What do you think, Jenny? I think that this is about practicing. If we're not used to a certain type of thinking or analyzing, then we can practice it. So I would see it in this sense, in a way, trying to encourage people to imagine new ways of organizing societies. I apologize, I'm blowing my nose all the time. I had a nosebleed in the beginning of the panel, or just before it. So far, it stopped. I still have a couple of more questions. What about creativity, Mika? I agree. We all are able to use creativity. We should not make it into an obstacle. Anybody can use creativity, for instance, by imagining what their nearby park should look like. And I think this would enable us to use creativity more. The whole societies adults tend to lose their creativity, how valuable it is. And one way in which adults could contribute to this is by preserving what is valuable, so that then the future generations can make use of it. But we should not force young people to use creativity. That would be an unfair situation if we were to say all the time to the young people, please come to us and tell us how we can solve these problems and get out of this sticky situation. Indeed, yes, this is a good example. Maria, a couple of sentences, and then we take questions from the audience. So if we come back to realism, many ways to stop the climatic crisis and biodiversity loss are already there. We have those means. We do not even need to imagine them. But from the politician's point of view, when I look at the culture and arts field, it's a free space where new openings are possible. In some cultures, it is the opportunity to free themselves from dictatorship, and that's why dictators hate arts and culture. It's a threat for them. So we have to get rid of these kind of characters who control the world at the moment. Freedom of thought. Now we have a question from the audience. Wait, let's see if they can get the microphone there first, in the back. Thank you. Great operation, Annika Poikela, Operation Arctis. Utopias are often criticized because they are not related to the present day. It's escapism. I think that this is a good criticism. However, I would like to ask how to form long-term visions, not utopias, that do not sideline the suffering of people in the current state and somehow find solutions that do not seem like an escapism in a way. Who would like to reply? Well, this is a researcher's reply. Utopia research usually talks about concrete utopias, which means that it is something which is related to this world and achievable with the available resources. However, it does not mean that the resources would somehow limit the activities. 10 seconds. Okay, let's pass on to the next one. Yes. Just a quick question. I want to ask and thank all of you, but can we use 2 minutes more? 2 minutes more. Yes, we get 2 more minutes, so please do not leave the room yet. We have a second question from the audience. With the microphone so that those listening on web stream can hear it as well. Anna Nirkkonen, Ministry of Environment, Sustainable Construction Department. Well, this is Europe Forum and construction and housing policy, especially here, belong to a national competency. However, construction and built environment is in a very important role. It creates the limitations to our reality. However, I do feel that the built environment often is not present in our discussions. However, we know that this built environment produces a lot of emissions, about 40%. Its share. So with the environmental transition, and Tarja, you talked about this juxtaposition. On the other hand, sustainability and competitiveness are seen as either or. So how do we achieve the situation where on the longer term, this sustainability brings us competitiveness and economic benefit? We have some pilots and examples already for this. I think you already replied to a question. We have already proved that when we invest in energy renovation, on the longer term we make savings. Those German households that are now dependent on Russian gas can then exit from that dependency. Energy production is safer and more environmentally friendly and economically sustainable. Thank you very much. Many thanks to the panelists and questions. A very interesting discussion. And next we have a break and the program here continues at 10 and we have Europa Cafe on the second floor. See you soon.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nook. Next we will explore how ports around the Baltic Sea are developing circular economy solutions and supporting a more sustainable future. Please welcome moderator Kirsi Alman.
Good morning all and happy Baltic Sea Day. Welcome to the discussion on Harbours of Change, Circular Economy in Baltic Sea Ports. As said, my name is Kirsi. I am the Deputy Director working at Central Balticum Foundation and I will be the moderator this morning. In this session, we will explore the Baltic Sea ports, how they can play a role in bringing circularity to their operations and how that in turn benefits the Baltic Sea itself. So it's thus a very topical discussion for the Baltic Sea Day today. Circular economy in ports is the focus of Circular Ports, an Interact Baltic Sea region funded project in which Central Balticum is a partner. We will hear more about that project directly from our speakers, who will take us from the strategic level down to concrete and practical implementation level. So our speakers today, shortly, we have Milla Harju, coordinator for the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region policy area SHIP, and Milla works at Traficom. And she will set the strategic context for the discussion and speak about international cooperation models. Then we have Markku Alahäme, Technical Director at the Port of Turku, and he will share the concrete solutions already in use at the port. And then from Germany, Stefan Breitenbach, Head of Project Department at Port of Hamburg Marketing and the lead partner in Circular Ports project. And Stefan will present the project as a whole. And we will also take a closer look at two of the project pilots. First, we have a Polish pilot on circular management of bulk cargo spillages presented by Oskar Vanat, specialist for trade and secondary raw materials at Medcom, and then Thomas Laskovic, PhD from the University of Gdansk. The second pilot takes place in Hamburg and it focuses on discarded ship and boat recycling. And as the representative Murat Bayram could not be here with us today, we will see a film presentation of the pilot. But to get started, Milla, please, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Kirsi. And good morning, everybody, from my behalf as well. And thank you very much for having me here today with the established group. As said, my name is Milla Harju and I work at the Finnish Transport and Communications Agency Traficom as a senior specialist. But in my role, I have the pleasure of acting as a policy area coordinator for sustainable shipping under the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region. I will tell you more about the strategy in a moment, but first I wanted to mark the occasion to wish you all a happy Baltic Sea Day. It gives me great pleasure of being here with you today to talk about sustainability and ports at the Baltic Sea Day. As many of us already know, Baltic Sea ports are much more than just gateways for trade and logistics. They are also places where some of the most important changes in the sector are currently taking place, and where we can turn ambitious sustainability goals into practical action. So my mothership, the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region, brings together people from the Baltic Sea countries to address challenges that cross national borders. The underlying idea is simple. Many of the challenges facing the Baltic Sea, its people, our environment, are cross-national in nature, and they cannot be solved by one country or one sector alone. They require cooperation, collaboration, and sharing of knowledge across the region. And this is something that we do across the different policy areas portrayed there. There are 14 different ones, all settled kind of under each of the goals of the Baltic Sea region. And especially we work together with policy areas for maritime safety and transport, because we have very similar goals of making the Baltic Sea region transport more efficient, safe and sustainable. And it goes without saying that ports are right at the intersection of our goals and also at the focus point of the newly updated EU ports strategy. It recognizes ports' role in 5 focus areas, of which energy transition, sustainability and clean industry is one of the main ones. Ports are essential at connecting businesses and industries across the region with European and global markets. For example, here in Finland, over 90% of our import and export tons travels by sea. However, ports are not just about imports and exports anymore. Ports have become hubs, not only for logistics, but also for security, energy, and innovation. And they need to accommodate a wild mixture of operators, businesses, and material flows. They are also facing an increasing amount of stricter regulation being imposed by the EU and International Maritime Organization. Ports need to rethink their operations, and this is where circularity is one of the solutions. Identifying and making circularity work in practice at ports requires new forms of cooperation, viable business models, appropriate infrastructure, and perhaps more importantly, a willingness to look beyond the boundaries of individual organizations. This is where projects such as Circular Ports can make an important contribution. Circular Ports is one of the excellent projects that we have under the policy area for sustainable shipping, and Stefan will be telling you more about it in a minute. But our task within the policy area is not to implement individual solutions ourselves. We provide a platform for cooperation. We bring stakeholders together, connect projects and initiatives, share knowledge and good practices, and help to ensure that successful approaches can reach a wider regional audience. Projects such as Circular Ports test approaches, develop solutions, and demonstrate what works in real port environments. We at Policy Area Ship then connect them with other projects, ports, and stakeholders facing similar situations. So by learning from each other and also learning what didn't work, we can avoid reinventing the wheel and accelerate the transition across the region. And ultimately, the reason this matters goes beyond individual ports. Today, on the Baltic Sea Day, we are reminded that the Baltic Sea itself is at the center of all these efforts. I will take the liberty of assuming that all here want to see a healthier Baltic Sea in the future. It requires us to reduce energy usage, emissions and pollution, and use resources more efficiently. Circularity is one of the important parts of that picture. In our policy area, we have some questions to ponder now. How do we move from individual pilots and promising examples to widespread implementation? What prevents ports from adopting circular solutions more quickly? Is it regulation, financing, lack of infrastructure or information, or simply the difficulty of bringing the right actors together? These are the questions that we should continue to address collectively. I therefore hope that today's examples from Circular Ports, together with a perspective from the Port of Turku and others, will not only demonstrate what is already possible, but will also help to identify what is missing. We want to see a race towards making all the ports in the Baltic Sea region circular, and together we can most definitely save the sea for the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Milla. And now, Marco, please. Coming from the strategic context to concrete solutions taking place already here in Turku, in the port. So, Marco, please.
Thank you. All the environmental work we are doing at the moment at the port is, of course, based on our environment program, where our goals is healthy maritime environment, also to be carbon neutral by the year 2029. And also one of our major projects at the moment is the Green Corridor project between Turku and Stockholm, together with the Viking Line and Ports of Stockholm. Some examples based on the waste handling at the port. First, there is of course this food waste from the vessels that has been collected directly, and within the certain procedure, all this food waste is collected and processed, and the output there is a biogas. We have some calculations about the amounts of what Port of Turku has collected. Food waste is about 23 tons annually, and if we calculate how much biomethane is produced, it's about 29 megawatt hour of biomethane produced from that amount. Second, waste management, that is very good level in Turku is, of course, the sewage from the vessels, which is collected directly to the fixed pipelines. And all in Turku, we have in good situation. We have this Kakula treatment plant quite near the port. All the waste is wastewater, and sewage is collected to the wastewater treatment plant directly. And there also is the same kind of procedure like food waste. The end process, the sludge, is handled, and also here the end product is biogas. So why we are interested about the biogas, of course, that we already have 2 vessels using LNG between Turku and Stockholm, quite big passenger vessels, and those vessels are also able to use liquefied biogas. That's why we wanted to present this biogas in Turku. What are the incentives for the vessels? Of course, in Finland, we have this no special fee system available. It means that whether or not the vessel leaves the waste at the port, they will pay the certain amount of fee. So that's some kind of incentive to encourage the ships to leave the waste on shore. And here you can see all the waste type that's included. There's no special fee systems like that said. Sewage and, for example, food waste is included. Also garbage and plastics. Then some concrete examples like construction materials. Of course, the waste concrete can be reused at this on-site if possible and if it's feasible. And also where we are making a lot of maintenance work, and there is asphalt available which can be recycled to a new products. And also quite a big issue here in Turku is the dredging. We have to make every 5 years we have to make dredging in the port area, and we together, the port together with the city of Turku, have decided that all dredged material we dispose it on the land area, not on the sea anymore. So there will be created base for the future residential areas development. And we will continue to work step by step, little step ahead, but it will be better and better all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Markku, for the concrete things you presented from Port of Turku. I can say that Turku rocks in this one too. So Stefan, please tell us about the Circular Port project.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me. It's an excellent occasion, and I'm very happy to be in Turku. It's the first time for me, and I'm impressed by the city, I have to say. So once more, thank you. I saw we have to speed up a little, so I do my best and will drive you through the Circular Ports project in a couple of minutes. Circular Ports is a cooperation project funded by the Interreg Baltic Sea region, and in total we have 17 partners. One unfortunately skipped out, so 16 in a few months, I would say. And the project is funded by 4 million euros, running from March 25 to February 27. The next few minutes I will show you a little bit the ports rule, what we're doing in the project, and also a little bit the challenges we are facing, because surely there are some. So why did we choose ports as a place to drive circular economy change? Because ports are kind of unique environments. First, we have multi-sector convergence. Nowhere else you can find so many different sectors combined in a fenced area, let's put it this way. We have heavy industry, we have energy production, we have handling and logistic sites, as well as all kind of waste which naturally is produced or being stored or loaded, unloaded, whatever. So this creates opportunities for cooperation and for using each other's byproducts and side streams in general. So ports handle large material flows. Ports already have the infrastructure, like cranes, storage areas, logistic networks, which might lower barriers to actually piloting circularity. And they can offer kind of solutions to really practice things in real environments. Then we have real test beds in ports we can create with these circumstances, which is really good. So in short, ports are key hubs for logistics, industry, and waste management, I would say. This is a little bit the unique positioning of ports if it comes to circularity. Before I take you through the 6 pilots, let me shortly summarize what Circular Ports as a whole is working towards. These 6 objectives you can see here are really run across every pilot we created, sandboxes and knowledge outputs mentioned in the rest of this presentation. And what comes first is identifying synergies between industries and actors in port areas, which is really important, fostering industrial symbiosis. So exploring and testing circularity in business cases really needs these symbiosis, and by that case, that support variable circular economy strategies. Not just technical feasibility is being proved, but also economical soundness, which is very important to have also business cases in the end. Another objective is to improve waste management practice together with waste disposal companies, which means better separation, recycling, utilization, and of course, all linked to waste streams. Encouraging system change in port communities towards more sustainable production and consumption patterns. So this is about culture and behavior, not just technology, very, very important. So that there's really a change in future, also in thinking. We have another objective addressing the assessing regulatory frameworks, identifying ways to better enable circular economy initiatives in port environments, which is exactly what our regulatory sandboxes do, and I shortly will introduce these sandboxes in one of the next slides. So finally, engaging port stakeholders is also very important because we need the people working together to create the changes. Without the people, nothing is moving forward. With a framework in mind, let's look how it plays out in practice. Our pilots, 2 of them will be presented in presentations coming very soon. So I will concentrate a little bit on 4 other pilots, like in Aalborg, Denmark, where we are looking at construction and building materials. Landowner needs to raise a flood risk site by 3 meters, and then the idea is to really make use of kind of reused materials instead of virgin materials to fill up. So it's a little bit comparable to the Turku case. However, what happens in one port does not mean being functional in another port because of regulations and so on. So also there, the pilot really brings some results from regulatory side, why something is not working in other ports, where in some ports this is a good case. In Lappeenranta, Finland, the city is mapping material and waste flows in the area of the port, with the aim to really find symbiosis and bring people together to share data, to share knowledge, and a best way to also share these waste flows in a way that new products can be produced out of that. We have Tallinn, which again is also working on recycling rates of ship waste, a very important topic, and there's not really a standardized systematic in all the ports available yet. So also these pilots bring new ideas, new ways, and hopefully also new byproducts in the end. New Chirping in Sweden, they concentrate on waste streams for recycling. For example, they reuse surplus tunnel materials from a project within the city, and the idea is to directly use these materials to fill up some quay wall construction sites or whatever. It sounds really easy to do so, but it isn't, let me tell you, because, again, regulation sometimes hindering very easy things, which might be, in the end, a good way in making use of existing materials. And then Gdynia, I don't go in detail, I think you will have a presentation soon about that. So each of these pilots really operates within its own locally developed regulatory sandbox, which brings me to the next topic. And I already said it many times, regulation often hinders better circular practice currently. And all our pilots tackle existing regulations. Some are even hindering these better practices. So what exactly is a regulatory sandbox? It is a controlled, time-bound environment that allows public authorities, businesses, and researchers to test innovation under temporarily relaxed regulatory conditions. So meaning that we try to cooperate with authorities, have boundaries, timeframes, where we ease these regulations to really test new procedures. And if they are successful, we can discuss with the authorities whether regulation should be improved, whether new regulations should be put into practice, or how to continue, which is really important. Usually we're taking 4 steps. First, planning and design of these regulatory sandbox, where we really need to go into dialogue with the authorities, with the regulatory bodies and so on. You need to take them on board very from the beginning, otherwise it will not work. Then we look into the flexibility possibilities, also the needs from the pilots, and again discuss with the authorities to get these easings. Implementing and testing is the next steps before evaluation and replication ideally takes place. And this is not easy, let me tell you. It's really a big task. Within the project, we are working towards 3 outputs. 2 of them are ready by now. We create a circular economy handbook where you can find a methodology approach how ports could tackle circular economy in future. It's about boundary setting, it's about data acquisition and measuring, it's about assessment and reporting. We created ideas for indicators and so on. So it's really like a first kind of guidance how to come closer to this topic. Then we have a procurement guidance developed. Usually you have the classical procurement where price is really an issue, but why not also thinking about circular KPIs and such procurement? Sounds easy, it isn't. Please have a look to this guidance because it gives a lot of ideas and this might also ease future procurement. Anyhow, for sure, price is not the prominent thing in that, as you can imagine. And after the project ends, we will have an entire toolbox summing up our results, our ideas, our tools, where we hope this can be of good practice in future. Expect impact for sure, a stronger circular economy. The topic is a little bit lacking behind currently because of geopolitical situation, as you all know, but anyhow, I think it can also support the resilience of the entire society because we have a lot of raw materials which can be extracted from waste and by that also reduce waste and emissions linked to port-related activities, support new circular business opportunities and for sure successful approaches in future for other Baltic seaports. So this was a really fast run-through and happy to answer questions later.
Thank you, Stefan. So now we will dive deeper into the project pilots. Let's start with our Polish colleagues. Oskar and Tomasz, please.
Thank Thank you so much for having us here. And today we will try to present you a little bit of the pilot that we have developed in Poland. So maybe I will ask for switching the presentation so we could use it. And this is a pilot that we are developing in Gdynia. And we are doing this. And we will try to explain you on how we've changed from spillage to resource in the port of Gdynia. And this is Oskar Vanat from Medcom. My name is Tomasz Laskowicz. I work at University of Gdańsk. So let's have a look why we have chosen Gdynia. So obviously it was not easy to find a port who would like to collaborate with us on such a difficult issue. Try to imagine that I am asking you, what did you put to your trash bin today? How accurate you have been with sorting plastic from paper? And are you 100% sure that you were accurate? So you probably would not feel very comfortable with those questions, and neither do ports. So when we have approached them and we've asked how you manage with all those wastes, recycle, how you manage with all those obligations that are on you, and would you let us in and try to audit your processes? They were like, maybe you should try with this guy or with another port, or maybe we should contact after our holiday. And they were like moving us away slightly, especially that we have those authority behind us of the European Union-backed project. They were like, oh, maybe we should not collaborate with them. But we've used our special skills, soft skills, to convince Autoport Gdynia, who likely invited us and very openly and transparently collaborated with us, which brought quite nice success. And Oskar will continue into technical details on this.
Yes, hi everyone. As Tomasz mentioned, I'm a circular economy and waste management specialist from Medcom, so I'm personally responsible for introducing solutions in terminal. So the waste management model before our solution in this kind of terminal, in in Gdynia, looked like this. So you must know that in this kind of terminal, some cargo is always lost during handling. You cannot prevent in 100% with today's equipment and technology. So, and it spill into the quay. And they had three fractions mixed in the quay into one mixed fraction, and it was scrapped together into one big hooper. And then this mixed fraction of the waste, as you can see on the first picture, it was removed to the landfill with a high gate fee for terminal to pay. And landfilling, this kind of disposal, it's a model of linear economy, and it is at the very bottom of the waste management hierarchy due to European Union policy. We can move to the next slide. Thank you. So our idea was simple. First, we start sorting the streams during the handling. So now the agricultural fraction, like spilled grain, is removed immediately from the quay during handling, because it needs to be kept dry and clean. Because of the process which goes to, and the process is anaerobic digestion as well as the food from port of Turku. But this waste is from the industrial terminal, not from food. So it's a new solution for this terminal, and this is R9 process in Air Strategies. In this model of circular economy, we call it recover, and it is first step of circular economy model. So instead of linear economy, we move it higher to circular economy. And the rest of this waste, like mixed fraction of dust, sweeping, and also the grain we cannot recover fully, it goes to a ceramic producer who produce ceramic products from this, and they use it as an additive to a ceramic body. And this is R8 level of our strategies, recycle. And both of them are part of the circular economy instead of linear economy.
Yeah, shall I move? So just a quick summary of what Oscar already has presented. Actually, we've changed the linear economy into a circular economy. We are currently using both different processes, and you should ask what is the difference between recycle and recover. Then I will ask you to have a look at our handbook, which is well established in terms of theory. But to put a long story short, the mixed fraction of ceramics is being recycled because they are still material which is being used. And in the R9 recover, the agriculture fraction changes into biogas, so we only extract the energy out of the spillage. Anyway, why would Faculty of Economics is involved in this project? Because we are looking for a scale, we are looking for development of this idea and try to apply it to other ports. This requires a lot of education and understanding of benefits from these processes, and the benefits are very tightly connected to the finance. So maybe we'll have a chance to discuss it in a minute. I guess we will be very much happy to answer all of your questions also after the panel. For now, I guess our time is done. So thank you so much, and thank you.
Thank you. So please have a seat. And could I now ask the technician team somewhere there that I can't see to press play on the video here so that we can learn more about the pilot in Hamburg.
There is no industry, no energy transition, no infrastructure, no mobility, no technological sovereignty. And in a time when raw materials have become instruments of geopolitics, we are realizing just how much of our lives depends on them. For a major international port like Hamburg, that changes one fundamental question. Not only which raw materials do we bring into Europe, but also which raw materials can we recover right here. At the same time, we face a second challenge here. Space in the port is scarce, and in the future, land in the port will have to do more than simply provide room. It has to secure industrial value creation, enable transformation, and contribute to the long-term strength of this port, ecologically and economically. And this is exactly where the circular economy becomes strategically interesting for a port. When ships reach the end of their life, they don't become a disposal problem. They become a source of supply. Ships are floating warehouses of raw materials. Steel, non-ferrous like copper or cables, and components like machinery. These resources can be gathered literally in one place. A place where maritime operations, public and private fleets, industrial infrastructure, and the recycling industry meets directly. This study is the foundation for the decisive question: how do we systematically connect these cycles? Maritime fleets, industry, and the circular economy at this one location? And circular maritime recycling doesn't have to begin with the great ocean-going vessels. Quite the opposite. For Hamburg, the opportunity lies first where proximity creates a real and immediate advantage, with the port craft, workboats, public authority vessels, and inland units that are available right here in the region. These vessels are part of the daily life of the port and the region around it. Their owners are here. Their operating areas are here. Their journeys are shorter, and their metals fit directly into existing recycling processes and into regional demand. And this is exactly where the study begins. It examines whether and how a specific site in Port of Hamburg can become a part of new maritime circular logic. The study has sharpened this project considerably, and it shows where the greatest opportunities lie. In barges, pontons, workboats and portcraft, public authority vessels and selected inland ships, precisely where regional availability, material value and operational manageability come together. The study sets out the conditions this site already brings with it. Direct access to the water, an existing quay, hall and logistics space right behind it. And above all, an immediate connection to recycling processes that are already running here. And this matters. The study doesn't deal in images or hypotheses alone. It already describes a concrete process logic. From selecting a suitable vessel to arrival and securing at the quay, through the depollution and dismantling all the way to sorting, documentation, and returning the materials into existing cycles. In other words, we are not starting from zero here. We're talking about a site where maritime logic and industrial recovery already come together, physically on the ground. And the study also shows precisely which questions have to be decided now. 1. Technical. How do we make the best possible use of what this location offers for ship recycling? 2. Regulatory. Which permits and requirements do we need and how do we work them through together with the authorities and the port? 3. Operational. Which vessels and which volumes can realistically be turned into a reliable pipeline? And finally, 4. Economic. Under what conditions does a viable business model emerge from this? So the study brings us to a very important point. Today, we know by far more clearly what appears possible and what still has to be proven. That is why the next step is not a pre-major grant decision. It's a clean validation, the logical continuation of the study through a pilot project. Together, with the authorities, with the technical partners, with the real objects and with reliable data. The ports of the future will not be measured only by how many raw materials they move, but by how intelligently they handle them, by how much value they keep, how much they win back, and how much industrial future grows out of it. If we get this right, what we create here is more than a new recycling process. It's a modern, more sustainable supply of raw materials right here in the Port of Hamburg. A ship ends, its value doesn't.
Wow, what an impressive video they have for marketing, definitely. Yes. So to the last part of our event today, a panel discussion, and what have we learned on circularity in Baltic Sea ports today? We have learned a lot. We have lots of information. So as mentioned in the beginning, today is Baltic Sea Day. So in concrete terms, how can the work presented here today contribute to a healthier Baltic Sea, not just more efficient ports? Maybe Markku, Stefan, Oskar, you would like to start with this.
Maybe I start. I think it's not just to become more efficient. It's also you have to take it from the environmental aspect, and also there is also you have to make choices. If you have maybe you have to invest more if you have changed something. And also have to mention that every port is different. So if there is some solution in one port, maybe it's not suitable for another port. So also there is some consideration have to make.
Yeah, maybe to add, I fully agree to your arguments, but I also see that electrification within ports operation brings a lot of benefits. So far in the past, we had a lot of diesel-driven heavy machinery working in ports, which are now more and more electrified, and by that harmful pollutions really get cut. At the same time, efficiency isn't bad, I would say, because efficiency also means make out most of what is there, and be very efficient is also good for the environment, because ideally we use less materials for same products. And their ports can also add some experiences, I think, because most ports really operate in small environments, boundaries, and by that need to be clever in making best operating efficiency on small places. So maybe some additional answers here.
So I can answer this question from our Polish pilot perspective, because our aim was to introduce circular economy in the port, not to improve quality of Baltic Sea water, but of course it has some indirect link, because now the waste is treated like a resource. So the whole life cycle of it, from when it's generated to the end, it's organized at much higher standard. So the risk that it finds its way to the water is much lower. But we also, during this project, we also ran some fishing port audits, because we are looking for fishing nets waste, because it is estimated that around 5,000 to even 10,000 nets it's lost in the sea, and because they are made of plastic, they will remain on the seabed for decades. And as a Medcom, we developing some projects to recover the plastic from the fishing nets, because we are one of the biggest recycling company, if we speak for EPDM rubber seals from automotive industry, and we produce granulates from this material, and these granulates can be used for new products. And we've done some tests with polypropylene from the fishing nets from Norway, and we mix it with our granulate, and the compound is really good to make some products like beans, containers. So this has some very obvious link to the water quality, and this is something I think we want to develop in the future in also projects like this.
Yep, thank you. Thank you. Then to Mila and Tomasz, to your expertise area. If you think of this discussion today, the things that we have heard and learned, what would you like to see as the key takeaway for our audience? Somebody in the audience from EU level, national policymaker, business representative. What would be the one thing that they should remember when they leave this room today?
Ladies first, thank you. Yeah, actually, I prepared an answer, but I'd like to go back to what Stefan said earlier, because he said something that I want the policymakers to take away, is that regulation hinders circular practice. And that's something that we should definitely remember when we're setting new regulations, that we don't want to prevent anything good happening. So work together with the projects, work together with read the policy papers that the projects actually produce, because there's a lot of really good information there that should be taken into account.
If I could only extend maybe this thought a little, from my perspective would be maybe worth as a key takeaway to create some kind of a system of a key and carrot, stick and a carrot for the ports, because apparently they are not always very willing to join the collaboration in this international projects, which will not harm them. So if you represent this industry, do not be afraid of us, the researchers, innovators, and we are your colleagues. In worst case scenario, the pilot that we plan will not be applicable and we will not do anything, but in a good scenario, we will have good solutions which will create nice benefits, so nice carrots. We will provide some cost-effective solutions. So those solutions that we are preparing under the circular economy, these are and circular ports project. These are not some fancy environmental stuff that you could put in your ESG reports. I mean, yes, also, but they are also providing some real cost benefits, very easily to say on the example from the Oteport Gdynia. We changed the waste, which has to be paid for, to be taken away, into a resource which is now collected for zero, so basically for free. So someone is coming and taking your waste, which previously you had to pay for. So I guess it's a good solution in many, many times. So I would say a stick and a carrot, and maybe this third level, and I'm finalizing my thought, education on what are the potential benefits, so what are the consequences of this carrot and the stick as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thomas. Okay, to conclude, and going back to the name of this session today, quick yes or no. Can ports truly become harbors of change and play even bigger role in advancing circular economy? Yes, no? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Sure.
Yes, wonderful. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you to our audience.
Thank
Have
you.
a nice day.
Thank you to all the speakers for the informative presentations and discussion. Now it's again time for a break, and the program in the Nook continues at 11 o'clock. If you would like to grab a snack or coffee, the Europe Cafe on the second floor is still open. See you soon. Tervetuloa takaisin Sopukan ohjelmaan täällä paikan päällä Turussa sekä etänä verkossa.
Welcome back to this program in the Nook, both here in the room and online. And all the discussions will be streamlined online, and it's possible to participate in the discussions on chat. You can access it through the QR code.
All programs are live streamed and interpreted into English. You may access the interpretation through the Interfi app. Kindly keep other listeners in mind and use headphones. To take part in the chat conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen behind me. Thank you. Seuraavaksi keskustellaan siitä.
Next, we shall talk about the kinds of factors that young people's perspectives are formed on secure and sustainable Europe. Now, I will give the floor to Alma Jokinen. Hello, everyone, and a warm welcome to the panel by the European Youth, JEF, and the EU Youth Delegate. And I acted as Finland's EU Youth Delegate. And I will start with saying that young people's faith in the future has collapsed. According to the latest youth barometer, only 7% have an optimistic view on the future, and this figure has been cut by half in the past years, and the biggest reason for that are the tensions in the global politics. And now we're talking more about this crisis than ever before, and young people are carrying these concerns on their shoulders. But what does the security debate look like from a young person's perspective? The updating of weapon systems, the geopolitical resilience, structures and performances. As a young person, I feel that something essential is missing from the security debate, and that is the human factor. When decision makers talk about security, who are they actually referring to? When we talk about security, easily we refer to it by the language of systems and states, but the perspective of an individual seems to be missing. And there we have the risk of forgetting who the security policy is supposed to protect. That's us, human beings, and human rights, human values. And many times the security debates among young people discuss these everyday lives, homes, the everyday lives of young people who might have self-destructive thoughts, pharmacies where the price of medication is too high, livelihood that is constantly being very insecure. These are not existential threats to Finland, but they are existential threats to many Finns. And sometimes we feel that these issues that young people are bringing up, these perspectives are lacking from the security debate. Who gets to decide what is considered as an acute security threat and as a topical political topic? What about the young people who live in poverty in Finland? shouldn't that be considered also as an issue for security and defense? Personally, I feel that in this turmoil of security debate, there's often a problem of finding what really matters. And it also is significant whose voices are heard in this debate. Many times, security issues are not a status issue. It is something that responds to the threats that people are actually already living through today. And I talked about the low faith in the future among young people earlier on, but I want to also introduce another figure. Currently, the Finnish young people are more into politics than ever before. This figure is 63% right now, and it was 20 years ago only half of this. So we haven't become passive because of our worries. On the contrary, because of them, we want to have a say. We want to participate and be heard. It's not a question whether young people are interested in engaging in the discussion on their own security. It's a question of whether we're giving the opportunity to do that. And that is exactly why we are here today asking what the secure future for the young people would look like. Thank you, and now I will give the floor to Ada. Thank you, Alma, for your introduction. I am Ada Jaakkola. I'm the president of JEF Turku, and it is my pleasure to moderate this discussion today, focusing on a secure future for young people and how to build a socially sustainable and independent Europe. And let's start by the panelists introducing themselves, what you represent. Hello. It's nice to be in this panel and get to talk about important matters. I am Peeta Päivänen. I am the chairperson of Eurooppa Nuoret of the JEF Finland. I am Niina Ratilainen. I am the security chair of the city council, and I'm also involved in the European Committee of the Regions, and I there act as the second chair for the Greens. Hello, my name is Miikka Korventausta. I'm a researcher and I'm doing my PhD also at the University of Turku for the Faculty of Education, and I'm studying the political participation by young people. Thank you. And now let's get to the actual business. In the past years, we get the feeling that we are simply drifting from one crisis to another, and it may also have made us feel numb among the many negative news streams. But at the same time, we have many concerning statistics on the collapse of young people's faith in the future that we already heard in the introduction about. On the other hand, the feeling of insecurity is common, and already in 2019, there was talk about young people having a climate anxiety, and also many other global crises and many big waves of unemployment have made young people's situation difficult throughout the history. So what makes this time special, and is there anything to explain the collapse of young people's faith in the future? Is there anything new about our era? Thank you. It's hard for me to reflect on the differences to the depression in the 1990s or how the world has changed. But of course, we are still familiar with the consequences of these crises even today. And sometimes personally, I'm puzzled by the comments I hear how young people are lacking perspective. When we talk about, for example, the faith in the future, older people say that we had difficult times too, and even then we knew how to love and enjoy life and so on. And yes, of course, there have always been crises, and young people are always hit by this crisis the hardest, actually. And the biggest difference for me is the time of multiple crises. It seems there are more and more of them all the time. But we young people were born in the world of cooperation where there was still belief in the rule of law and that in the systems operate so that we can get the best results with cooperation, whereas now we hear that that has collapsed and we are only talking about how we can maximize our own benefits. So in this kind of world order, those who don't have money or power, so mostly the young people, have a hard time getting into these discussion tables, and they have a hard time trying to make sure that the important issues for them are being promoted when they can't have a say. So we hear that we think that there was more cooperation before, which is no longer the case. And when we heard that young people are very active and they consider that the EU brings them a lot of security and it's an important reference or framework for us, but at the same time, there's frustration because there are structures that could safeguard young people's future, but the EU is currently quite ineffective and cannot really respond to young people's needs. Well, I think that the first response to the question of why young people are so concerned about the state of the world or why they don't have faith in the future is because young people are not stupid. They can see in the news what's going on. So it's a natural consequence to be quite alarmed about the future. What is exceptional in our era is are the multiple crises, and this is a generation experience. But maybe also energy poverty, not so much in Finland, but in Europe and other countries, young people have a hard time finding housing and many other climate crises, biodiversity loss. This has a strong link to the future, and young people feel that the current decision makers' generation cannot fix things to make sure that the direction is the right one. And there was talk about our understanding of our time. We know that whenever we have hard times in terms of security, there's a lot of emphasis on economic scarcity. What happens is societies turn inwards and are only looking after their own interests. And that's happening now, and we can see it in Finland too. And I think that this as a phenomenon is not something that provokes hopefulness, builds a community spirit or takes us to a positive future. But I do want to give a positive note personally. What inspired me among young people's scene is what's taking place in India. I think it's kind of a revolutionary action. They have a cockroach movement. The Indian young people feel that those in power haven't really listened to their concerns, particularly with regard to education, but also in other terms. And they have had a lot of riots, and the Minister for Education had to resign, and they have to really listen to what young people are saying now in India, and they are really demanding that they will be part of decision making, and they're actually pulling it off. Thank you, Miikka. So I would like to tell you that the topics you mentioned drafted by the Ministry of Education and Culture, they had an expert group wondering about why young people's faith in the future has decreased in many studies, and they had kind of four broader topics. First one are the global phenomena, environment and climate crises. For example, we had a COVID problem, we had the Russia attacking Ukraine, the inconsistent politics in the United States. The second topic are the changes in our welfare system. We can see it in education, in various forms of social security. We can see some changes that are now deterioration compared to the previous times. And of course, it causes some doubts about whether we are actually headed to the right direction. If the basic things that our big brothers, our parents, cousins could enjoy are no longer there. And the third thing is the pressure targeted to young people. This is related to the prevailing values and ideas that are visible in the media, in the way older generations talk, also among young people, how that affects to how they see the future. And as the last point is the tones in which we mention, when we talk about the future. Just an hour ago, there was talk about how we do have alternatives for the future, what we should pay attention to when we think about what kind of future we want to have. This is a kind of counter talk to the negative future prospects. So these four topics came up in this work. Thank you. while these multiple crises have become an everyday business, also security debate has become almost a daily business, and many issues are now actually spoken through security issues so that they get the importance needed in the political debate. So what benefits or downsides can there be in broadening this security debate for public debate? And are we now living through an exceptional time that is marked by exceptional emphasis on security? Well, I think we can say so, because many things are actually turned into questions of security. Although we're simply competing about the political space, we want to title it as a security issue so that it gets the importance it needs in politics. And I think it makes it narrow for the political debate if everything needs to be put under the umbrella of security. Then there's the other point that it is vital that we discuss security broadly and don't just see it as armament on the border. But as Alma said in her introduction, security really starts from people. It's a different matter whether we talk about the security of Finland or the security of Finns. So what is an existential threat to whom? And this starts from young people, Finns, feeling as part of society. We have a strong civil society. We believe that we have also administration that keeps us safe and secure. And what is good about this whole thing is that we can talk broadly about various things, but there's this other side that it brings a hectic feeling to the politics. If we think about the climate crisis, it might not always be put under this umbrella of security, because it's something that we in Finland don't feel it so directly as people in Central Europe when they're suffering under the heat waves. So when we have a big security threat that would require big investments already now, these kinds of issues might make us respond to them in a delayed manner. What about Mika? Well, this emphasis on security, at least in research, has a critical tone. We are perceiving it as, in terms of security issues, not always being the most open parts of the public debate. Often these decisions are taken in smaller circles, whereas at the moment security questions, so there's a risk that we bring some issues to political decision-making, frame them as security questions, which makes them similar to when we used to have defense questions. They don't need to be debated, because if you try to bring up some alternatives or oppose to them, you're accused as being against security, and who would like to have that definition? So this is a negative side to the extended security debate, but what it also entails is that we start seeing things that were not previously seen as security issues, but now we can perceive them as such. And this is, of course, also positive. And it's been fascinating to monitor the restoration of wetlands debate, how they are now getting to be security wetlands, and questions we used to have of carbon sinks and carbon reserves now turn into something entirely different. I think it depends on the perspective, but turning everything to be about security is a kind of a critical in reference. So, Inka, how does this security debate broadening show itself in the work in the parliament? Is it easier to get support for your issues when you frame them as security political decisions? Yes, I think it is the case. When you talk about also urban perspectives, many things are now framed as security issues and also for security of supply. We now have so many issues that are put under that title, and if I tell my kids that for me to rest is actually a question of security of supply, if they will buy it, well, they don't yet. But I think this wetland question was a good example of how we need to keep reminding ourselves of what all the things security covers. Yesterday, there was talk about the rise of the extreme right, and this extreme thinking and the changes that take place through elections and various distortions in society are a huge security issue. That is not part of the traditional security sector, but it's a very important matter. And I think we do talk about the human aspect in politics, and in the EU we have also tried to get more funding to the infrastructure from the perspective of security. So we wanted to promote the point of view that it is important to have good connections, not simply because of the security, but to promote our mobility with a sufficient infrastructure. And I think we should combine these interests. I'm not saying that everything should be turned into a security question, but that we should understand how it is linked to many things. Thank you. And now that the security debate is broadening, there's a question of who gets to define how the concept of security is limited and who gets to talk about security. Well, when we talk about hard security in particular, you can clearly see who get to talk about security, and there's been a lot of research done about it. A couple of years ago, there was a book published on the Finnish security debate, and they talked about how after Russia had attacked Ukraine, all these topical programs were filled with men in uniforms talking about security issues. Of course, they have an important perspective on security, but if they only get to speak, it's going to be a very one-dimensional debate. And to make young people get to talk about security too, very often young people are heard when we're talking about affairs that affect young people, and security is usually not considered to be such. And many times there's just a debate about whether young people are included in these discussions enough, and many times we can say no, but we don't get to talk about those issues actually. And currently we are conducting a research project where viewpoints on security policy and how the Finland and the EU are operating in the field of security, where young people can strongly define their own roles, and we want to give them that role, and of course want them to be involved in public debate more. Thank you.
Looked at the program of the Europe Forum. I saw that there are 6 panels where there are only male panelists involved. So that's always also a sign of how the discussion is handled about security, and diversity is not taken into account in this respect. Youth neither. Many solutions would be more sustainable if the whole society, diverse society, would be involved. There is so much unused potential within youth. Young people are very well networked, They have multicultural relations, relatives in many countries, different countries abroad. And if all these people were able to participate in the external policy discussions, let alone in the security discussions, there would be so much untapped potential involved. So I think diversity should be enforced. And in other policy sectors, for instance, with the climate and environment questions, youth have demanded to be part of decision-making and decisions and discussions, and this has been achieved partly in the municipal level, and I think on a higher level too this should be achieved. Thank you. Mika, your Synchrony project is there to promote young people's participation by taking into account their opportunities. So what type of young people have the possibility to participate in discussions on security, and who then are left outside of these tables? Well, yes, we have done research on youth participation ways both on EU level and in 7 different countries nationally and also at local level. And we have researched national and international policy programs where these matters are handled. And security as a theme is quite rare in those. Perhaps this is linked to the fact that our research material, the newest ones, are back to a few years, so they are a bit outdated. In the past few years, the participation rate has increased, in fact. And all in all, the participation of young people is more emphasized to different organizations, political parties, and groupings. And so young people who are part of those groups as adults as well, they are able to participate in hearings and such events. Well, then marginalized youth groups who have less opportunities to participate. However, when they do things together, then it is possible that opportunities are created for them. So organization, groupings are very important. And I would like to highlight that in Finland, we've sort of become aware of young people's views of security very clearly. Sanna Marin's government drafted the Youth and Security Program, which is being advertised there very near. You can get to know it. So that also looked at marginalized youth, how they can participate and how they see security questions and how they can be taken forward in different fora. Thank you. So security discussion is not just talk, but there is also legislation and financial support. Negotiations are currently underway within the Union on the EU's future budget, the MFF, which also places strong emphasis on European security and independence. The budget does indeed see a significant increase in defense spending, and although there is a proposal to increase the overall budget, many other areas lag clearly behind defense spending. However, a secure Europe cannot be achieved through defense spending alone, even though the Commission's budget proposal strongly reflects these heightened security concerns. So what do you think how the budget could look like if security were also dealt with comprehensively in that context? Well, I think that training and Erasmus and Horizon funding is there to promote youth participation, development of skills. So it's there in the budget. However, during this Europe Forum, I've been thinking about the stances that are being developed from Finland on MFF. It's not been discussed in the public sphere yet, So I think it's very important that that youth is heard, for instance, in the ministerial committee, because at the moment budget is already discussed in Finland regarding whether it's too big or too small, and then all these needs should be discussed that are part of the budget. And one part which we are very concerned of in the Committee of the Regions, that the budget should not be used as a crisis instrument where funding is transferred where it's needed in order to react to crises and challenges. So for that, we think the EU should have separate funding mechanisms, loaning possibilities, other methods, so that cohesion, regional development, and such funding would suffer. Because we need that funding to improve, to strengthen the human capital in the EU. If in the EU people start to feel that their right to access, their inclusion is somehow deteriorating, then that will lead to difficult situations. Internal fights will start, and people feel that the EU is not for everybody, just for certain people. So all funding should not be diverted to crisis funding, and it should be targeted where it's really needed in order to create employment, develop training for child guarantee, etc. Thank you. And Mika, what do you think? Well, I would like to continue on that, about hearing young people, participation. I think this is something we really have to pay attention to. From the youth's perspective, they see that the EU is doing a lot. There is this training element. People are invited to Brussels or to Strasbourg, wherever, and there you might have hundreds of individuals coming from all over Europe there. However, what is the program then, and what's the purpose? The purpose is to train, to educate young people to be a part of the European Union. I'm sure it's done very well at the moment. However, in those discussions and the debates, well, in the EU context, when we talk about youth, it's max 35 years old. So even Sanna Marin could have, at the time when she was the Prime Minister, gone and participated in these youth events. So some young people have more power than others. So how do we link these youth activities to the decision-making in the EU? For instance, the MFF negotiations, well, I don't know much about how it takes place in the EU, but I think that the youth should be somehow linked to that. And this could also enhance the sense of security, faith in the future, when young people see that when we have concerns, we also try to find responses to them, and the processes might be quite long. Young people become adults, they get older, they do different types of things while this process is going on, and finally decisions are taken. So it should be possible for young people to follow these processes. Thank you. Pieta, the Commission's MFF proposal at present, how does it take into account the young people's worries? Well, as I said, it sees security as a rather limited topic, although there are different topics that should be handled in connection with it. However, certain items are rather minor there. We organized an MFF hearing for young people last February. This was an initiative that came from young people themselves. So then we were able to give this feedback to the decision makers from young people. And MFF Well, of course, there we have Erasmus, which is a very important priority for young people and for social development is very important. It increases the European identity, the cooperative world that we can have, and also the democratic education is part of that sense of community. And although in the proposal the Erasmus budget is being increased somewhat, however, this growth is not significant compared to many other fields. In the MFF negotiations, we do not see that the investment into youth would be an investment for the future. Rather, it's more about security policy. And then in climate, the EU could have a stronger leading position in environmental and climate negotiations. For instance, the energy union and energy internal markets could be strengthened as well. However, I'm worried how the war against Iran has now impacted certain topics here. All in all, the MFF budget is too small. Well, here in Finland, we discuss how much we pay in and how much we get out. We cannot measure everything in money. We get something else out of that as well, and we are not net payers. So we need courage here. The MFF priorities for Finland are very important. However, we do not want the budget to grow too much. And then there's this question about own resources. So what type of a union do we want to have then? An independent Europe needs its own funding, its own financial resources to operate. Thank you. Now, if we look at the participation of youth in the security discussion, a UN resolution from 2015 emphasizes that sustainable peace and security cannot be built without the participation of young people. And at a global level, it's evident how involving young people in peace-building work strengthens the stability and sustainability of peace. Mika, in what ways can young people be involved in peace-building, and what significance might a sense of belonging have for social security? Well, yes, sense of belonging prevents radicalization. It helps democratic participation, and it supports personal well-being. So sense of belonging is very important. However, it's an individual feeling, but you cannot just tell somebody to try and have this feeling of belonging. It's something that you can do in a group, in a community. Now, when we think about peace, when we carried out a survey of young people, what does it mean for them? Stability in the society, equal opportunities, life without violence and threat. So this is what they see peace to represent for them. So I think this gives us an opportunity to work together towards these values. And it's important to think about ways to improve individual sense of security and safety. Pieta, from the perspective of young people, how do these channels of participation work, or do they work? Well, first of all, this UN resolution is an excellent one, and its global application should be strengthened even further. And we should start with the idea that young people should participate in peace building and security discussions. Of course, participation channels have been developed more in the EU. Perhaps the biggest question here is that if we just invite young people to the table just for the sake of it, but are we actually listening to them? Do we hear what they're saying? And can we see that then in the decision making? And secondly, do we listen to young people on topics other than those directly linked to them? Because, of course, all policy areas are linked to young people, always. And also, who are those young people that we listen to who are heard then? Unfortunately, there is this sort of a bubble of active young people who tend to participate in most of the discussions, and often young people do not know who actually represents them in different discussions and tables. So we just listen to certain young people more than others.
Niin just näitä, että on niinku erilaisia formaalivaikuttamisen väyliä, tämmöiset EU-nuorisodelegaat.
Mika, well, yes, we have different channels, youth delegates, Europe Forum, and the municipalities might have youth parliaments, etc. But currently, what would be essential is that whenever there is a specific topic, we could have some opportunities to work around a theme on environment, for example, some political theme that young people can start working for it. And in the democratic system, we should have possibilities and options to get these kinds of groups involved in the decision making, because groups that are not so institutionalized are now greater in number and they are important. Thank you. Now we've already talked for half an hour about problems and challenges, so let's now turn towards a more positive future and think about how to move forward from here. What would be the most important definitions of policy so that Finland and the EU should emphasize, so that the young people's faith in a secure and equal future could be ensured? Well, that is a big question. I can start from the local level representing that, and it is linked to all this cohesion, democracy, faith in the future. Studies show that local decision-making is the most impactful one for people. And we need to start from the local level, not from the EU. So the local level is close to people. Here in Turku, in classes, in daycare centers, I know that there are discussions on the biodiversity there now. And local discussion is important, and it also represents democracy in the EU. And it's true that if 30 young people go to Brussels once a week, this is not the whole spectrum of democracy that we can use. All different levels naturally have to improve and learn from each other. In the latest EU elections, there were more countries than before where people could vote when they were already 16. And we have to have more funding for these youth programs. And what the EU can do, and a big response to the big question, is that in our time we have to be able to offer more positive visions and future prospects. Wars cannot be ended by fighting. And we have to think about why we are doing specific things, what we're trying to achieve. For example, with regard to the climate change, and I'm sure people are shocked by the news from Nepal today. So I think we have to paint a picture about what we're looking for in the future. And I think politics fail in that many times. We talk about the topical political actions and not about what we're trying to achieve here, because I'm sure that a faith in the future will be created by showing something worth achieving in the future. Yes, thank you. I think I would talk about what Finland should do, simply because next year we're going to have parliament elections where the Finland's EU policy will be defined, And for us, it's the closest thing that we can have a say on. And Parliament also talks a lot about a secure future. To strengthen the faith in the future, one solution is that we can show young people that on the global level we have some cooperation forum, currently the European Union definitely, that make sure that nobody is left alone drifting in the superpower policy politics. So somebody who can make sure that although we have superpowers who might not be thinking about the interests of young Finns, we have some instance that actually is interested in that, because I think part of the agony that young people are feeling comes from the feeling of powerlessness if we have any solutions to this crisis. And of course, the Finnish government has to make sure that we can have technological self-sufficiency, and in practice we need to have independent Europe that can secure young people's secure future. Thank you. I think with the researcher's point of view, so Mika, the floor is yours. I think I would like to get back to the 4 main themes explaining why young people's faith in the future has decreased, and one of them was the future of the welfare state. And of course the global issues might be difficult to impact directly, but what politics in particular and what we, by doing things together, forming our opinions and trying to become policymakers ourselves, could be defining that the welfare state in the future is something we can rely on and believe in. In addition, young people, according to studies, are people until 29-year-old. Many people in that age might now have families, small children, and young people in that way are also adults. They can be parents in working life. And so this is something that involves the decisions regarding young children, daycares, child welfare, clinics, and so on, and to show that we can change the world, maybe on a local level. We can achieve change and make things happen. Thank you. Thank you to the panelists and to the audience. Thank you on my behalf. Many thanks to the panelists for a very topical discussion. The next program here in the Nook starts at 12:45. And we have the Europe Cafe on the 2nd floor, and there's lunch available until 4 p.m. So let's meet again in 1 hour here.
Always about me.
takaisin Sopukan ohjelmaan sekä täällä Turussa että siellä
welcome back to our program at the Nook, both here in Turku and online. Please remember that everything will be live streamed. And you can participate in the discussions on the chat through the QR code.
Just to remind you that all programs are live streamed and interpreted in English. You may access the interpretation through the Interfi app and kindly keep other listeners in mind and use headphones. If you wish to take part in the chat conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen. Thank you. Seuraavaksi tarkastellaan riippumattoman median.
Next, we are going to look at the meaning of an independent media for ensuring the viability of it in modern day society. And I'll give the floor to the moderator now. Thank you very much. And welcome here to Nook and also to those of you following online. So we don't have much time, but we have a lot to discuss. So we have a very high-profile panel here. We have Li Andersson, member of European Parliament, the adjunct professor Timo Miettinen from the Center of European Studies in the University of Helsinki. We have Eero Salojärvi, Senior Specialist in Media Policy, Ministry of Transportation and Communication. We have Mariana Varmavuori, President of the Union of Journalists in Finland. And we have Sami Tenkanen, Managing Director from Bauer Media. Warm welcome. My name is Kaius Niemi. I am the Chair of Reporters Without Borders, Finland, which has its headquarters in Paris, and I'm running our Finnish office. And the idea here is that independent and resilient media is not just a sector among others, it is actually a key pillar of democracy. And now when we think about how society can withstand crises and also cyber risks and so on. And now we are asking how we can maintain this level of media in a vital form when things around us are changing very fast and there's some kind of a disruption going on in all areas. We will start by mentioning that there's a World Press Freedom Index in every May, and by the Reporters Without Borders, and it goes through 180 countries and takes careful look at how things are going around the world. And of course it is hard to grasp this unless there are some clear indicators. And if we look at the situation in 2026, it is actually a very red status considering the situation. Finland is at number 6, and if you look at the green area in the north, it's actually a quite small one, particularly when you remove Greenland, because naturally so far it is part of Denmark, hopefully for longer, and therefore it seems to distort this image. But the majority of the situation in the globe is on red. In fact, the situation has been quite dramatic because since the measuring started in 2002, the majority of population lived in a country of good press freedom, but now that situation only covers about 0.6% of global population. So we are actually in a very fortunate situation up here in the north. Then if we look at the background, I have a couple of slides here. So the year 2026 was the poorest result in the history, and we dropped down. The world dropped into a severe or serious category, and for the first time 94 countries, so 52% of the world's countries are in a serious situation with regard to the press freedom. And we can also look at continents. So we can see Africa, the Americas, Asia Pacific, Europe, Central Asia, North Africa, Middle East. And then we have the full world column, but you can see what proportion is on green. And then if we look at the EU and Balkans, we can see some good news. It's clearly the first position. So we overall scored over 73 points, whereas within Europe we can see a clear border. Eastern Europe is lagging behind. So Russia is 172, and some of the other countries there are very low in this rank. And there's only one country that is on a satisfactory level. Finland is on the 6th position. It is the worst score we have had, but we can nevertheless be happy because our operating environment hasn't really has deteriorated in the sense that there have been some cases against journalists, and there are some parameters. We have a political operating environment that is regarded, what kind of financial conditions the media companies have, what kind of a legal framework there is, what kind of a social framework it is, to what extent can journalists work in peace, and then there's the security side that is extremely important. So that self-censorship and other phenomena like that are important. But we will stop this lecture part now, and we will start discussing whether the strong European press freedom can withhold in future as well. And I think I'll ask Timo first, who's been very closely monitoring the details of democratic development. Where does the exceptionally strong press freedom in Europe come from, and how strong are these structures currently, in your opinion? If we look at the first graph, where indeed the press freedom was measured, it occurred to me that it is very close to other democratic rankings, and somehow press freedom and democracy belong together. So countries where you have strong democracy, usually they also have good press freedom. But what does a good democracy consist of? I think there are two aspects. First one are the institutions, so a strong rule of law, possibility to vote, so that bad leaders will have to resign. And more broadly speaking, democracy is about culture too. So the way we treat each other, the principles through which we engage in a public debate, how much we share the world, how much we can accept different people who are different. And of course, this is at the core of education. These are the institutions that protect such values. So it is also a question of institutions and cultures. Or culture. I think it is the shared reality, agreeing that we have common facts are at an important role, if I interpret you right. What about Mariana? Finland is ranking 6, but is this poor development all in all visible in journalists' everyday lives? Well, what is visible in journalists' everyday lives is, although we're not in a situation as many other European countries, but there is a lot of harassment, online bullying, that cyberbullying that you can see on journalists, and financial resources is a very big issue for journalists' everyday lives. So we're under a lot of pressure when we work there at a quick pace. So the lack of resources you can see. What about Eero? Finland is under a lot of pressure with a long eastern border and a war-waging country as our eastern neighbor, and we have all kinds of hybrid attacks. And security perspective is very much emphasized at the moment. How does it look to you? Is the balance between security and access to free information at risk in Finland? I would state that the free information flow and journalistic media are identified as an extremely important part of democratic development generally, as part of security of supply, and there is a broad consensus regarding it. And as I said, there are some opposing interests within these two issues, but I wouldn't go as far as to conclude that we would be consciously deteriorating the press freedom, as we are facing a rather new situation. What about Lee? Do you see a risk at the EU that Europe will be diversified with regard to press freedom? Well, when you look at the map, looking at the member states of the EU, big countries like Italy was already in the problematic category, and you had the south and east separating from the rest of Europe. I would generally say, as Timo stated, that we can't really separate it from the general democratic development, how strong the democratic institutions are in various places in Europe. We know that the distortion of the media field is reflected everywhere. You have, for example, cyberbullying online against journalists. But what is new in Europe, in my opinion, that clearly public service media has been attacked in many countries. Resources have been cut, and the public service media's role is deteriorated. And from European perspective, it's also interesting to look at who owns the media. We have European countries like France, that's a good example, where rich people who have a clear political agenda also own large parts of the media empire. And of course, that has broad implications on the reaction to media and the free information flow. And we have cases in France where journalists have resigned as a result of these changes of the ownership structure of their own media houses. So these kinds of questions are topical in Europe right now that we need to handle somehow. Sami, let's take a financial question next. How do you see the media economy is doing in Finland right now, and also more broadly when you're operating in the private side and taking decisions there? I was worried about what you're going to ask me, because you asked clever questions from others and got clever answers. But I'm trying to answer so that I won't take everything, clear the table from everybody else. But one thing that occurred to me is that we can see something that is related to competition, a rather technical issue, that we've learned to live by a rule that quality replaces quantity. But for media, we're actually stepping into a world where quantity is overstepping quality, and this is one of the big factors. So content provision is being multiplied, whereas consumption is not increasing at the same pace. People can't really spend any more hours on media. It's virtually impossible, even if they use multiple medias at the same time. So this brings a challenge to the economic side, and of course the impact as in people's private lives or anywhere else is the same. So if financial security is put under question, it's decreasing the integrity. It's hard to make choices based on values if your financial security is all the time put at risk.
Yes, it's useless trying to explain that the journalistic media in Finland would not have problems, even though in comparing to other countries, peer countries, we are in a better situation. So, of course, this has an impact. Excellent journalism is done in Finland and has been done, but of course, this has an impact. These financial realities when we have to fight to get airtime and resources. Of course, this has an impact. And then the result is seen. Social media is a big competitor, and also the advertising, funding, and media economy are at stake here. Now, let me continue to Mariana's thought. Digital advertisement market has grown by 50%. It's 131 million euros. At the same time, social media advertisement has grown by 20%, video advertising by 90%. So the problem is that in this digital ecosystem, there would be no money, however, how it's distributed there. Sami, what do you think? What is threatening the commercial media at the moment? Is it the costs, the behavior of customers, or the platforms, or regulation? Well, can I say all four of them? Well, let's put them into an order, and perhaps I continue. 55 Blue will produce the following report, and cumulatively during this year we have seen a decrease of 4%. It measures our digital media but not social media. So that tells you that in a way, when we talk about controlled media with an editor, that is running out of money for several reasons. First of all, audience, because it's distributed among different medias. And another reason is that we cannot have a world where we blame the audience. That's not a sustainable way. Rather, we have to identify the business activity as such. Is the cost structure something where we can make adjustments? I'm not going to open the Pandora's box. However, in a way, media does not move by force from the journalist to the consumer. There's always something in between logistics and technology, a platform. So these necessary costs, however useless they are for the content itself, but we have to look at those costs. Maybe I'm provoking here. However, we have to identify those costs. Are they really necessary, or are they just taking advantage of the whole picture? So what are you referring to here? Well, I'm from the audio side. So let me say directly, Kaius, to you. So distribution-linked expenditure is enormous. And this has an impact on what Lisa said about public service media. It has an impact on broadcasting and TV networks. So what expenditure there is something that it takes money away from the content production. So, Eero, well, I shouldn't have opened this Pandora's box. I'm a bit ashamed of myself. Anyway, it's good. We have to be frank here. Sami, you have researched this commercial media. Regulation should not disadvantage global actors, but where do you see this happening now in concrete terms? Well, in the EU and also domestically, we have regulation concerning advertising. Some of it is outdated, certain time limitations concerning so-called linear services. On the other hand, advertising or other problems are on the media, social media side. So we have our own media operators regionally, and then we have the international media operators whose headquarters are outside of Finland. So these international operators' control is much more challenging from Finland. We have to consider the EU regulation and target the headquarter country, the host country. So this is something where the EU is trying to find solutions in the AV sector. Lee, if the markets do not produce enough important media content for the society, should then EU fund this year more? Well, this is a difficult question because the public authorities have their own role for the public service media, and then we have had different nationally funded, publicly funded activities in order to strengthen the media activity. However, if we look at the challenges as a whole, those cannot be solved by having an intervention from the state. We have to look at the whole structure and use different types of methods, as was mentioned here. So we can look at the cost structure of distributors, or how then public media can compete with others for the attention of the customers. It is interesting because we can see that media more and more is making use of the ways of presentation that are used in the social media. And for clients and consumers, this can have an impact. So news broadcasting on the one hand, and then where is the border between journalism and social media, if we look at this from an ordinary consumer's perspective? But I can understand why this is done in the public media, because they are also competing of the same audience as the others. Well, as a representative of commercial media, I do not want to see a situation where we have a competition like this. And then social media, it's like a sleeping with the enemy situation, a very cruel situation. I think about it daily. We compete with the social media, and at the same time, in order to ensure that we have enough viewers, then we have to look at our objectives. If I had a moral, this would be my moral dilemma on a daily basis. Well, the Union of Journalists has talked about taxation and VAT, regulation in general. So what would you say here concerning this subsidy question in a country like Finland, where media is being consumed on a more healthy basis as in many other countries? But still, we have to be aware not to have, for instance, news deserts, well, or news vacuum. Well, it's complicated because Finland is specific in being a small language area, and so it would be nice to read news in Finnish also in the future, and also on topics that we are interested in. So both nationally and on the EU level, we have to make amendments to regulation and think about taxation as well. But it's difficult to see that we would be able to maintain this access to information for citizens without a direct support to media. It's not based on company support but it should support democracy, because small operators are now disappearing all the time. Do we want to enforce local democracy, which are, because they strengthen sense of community? So this would not be possible without media support, but that's not the only way. Now, of course, let's hear from Timo. What happens in Finland if the local media, the regional media, and the media space that we know at the moment disappears little by little? Well, this is a central question, because information and the visual materials that we have, that would then concentrate to bigger cities, and then we would have these grey or darker areas without all this information. And about the EU, historically the EU is the regulatory superpower, and the tools that we have available are based on competition law. Well, with media and social media and in platform economy, their regulation is lagging behind, and that means that power is concentrated to certain operators. So regulation is lagging behind compared to many other sectors. Eero. Yes, I support Mariana. Also at the ministry we can see that there are two clear wishes that these direct support tools are not something that the big media houses would wish for. But when we look at the small newspapers, for instance, independent newspapers, they have made a statement that they would wish from the government for direct support. And if we look at other Nordic states, they have tens of millions of direct support, and also other types of indirect support that have been cut down. So for domestic media, do the Swedish or Norwegian companies buy our companies, or would Finnish companies buy Norwegian or Swedish companies? No. So their operating environment is quite different than what we have here in Finland. Well, rather black and white question. I, in my previous job, had to let go many of my colleagues in a situation that was very complex. VAT increases, print and advertisement markets was strongly moving to the digital platforms and to foreign operators, and then other problems. So, of course, these were a complicated situation, not just one-time thing. And thinking about taxation, I remember that at that time many tried to belittle the significance of taxation as a tool, and many wanted to create new products and be there where the audience, where the viewers are, as Sami said. One more thing, I can agree with the previous speakers. I participated recently a conference concerning adults with the low level of skills, looking at literacy skills and media literacy and behavior and consumption. And one very important theme was that among these individuals, it is the local media which is made use of much more by these people compared to national media. So local papers, newspapers that have news of local matters. So this shows very well that the democracy aspect is important in connection with the local media, and it develops literacy and gives information to these target groups that do not make use of national sources so much. So if we look at this from the point of view of democracy, then it's important to look at this because the local media is able to achieve those who are not interested in the national media.
In the media industry, what is also evident is that quite a few media entities are actually on sale right now, although it's not really visible up front. So the most dramatic situation is if nobody wants to buy. And I guess we're coming to a situation where we will have some media that are still running for some time, but at the moment nobody wants to even consolidate them. And this is a debate we haven't engaged ourselves in yet, and I don't know if we will. Maria, I was just thinking about the scale here. If we're talking about how in the last 15 years, almost over 3,000 editing jobs have been vanished. And when we think how many journalists we have outside of the capital region, there are 1,300 and we have 300 municipalities. And so we have many signs showing that the transition can be quite dramatic soon, and this fate of STT has not been solved, although they have state subsidy now. It's not going to save it, and it can, if it's abolished, it can have a significant impact on the media coverage in Finland because it's the main provider of news for the small media outside of the capital region. And we are in a good position now, but we might not be in a very short time, and we should prepare for that. Over 30 years ago, I moved away from the city of Loimaa, and for the past 15 years, I love 3 days a week when I can start my day by reading the local newspaper online. There's something familiar for me in it, although in real life not that many, but it just gives me more to read it compared to reading just our main newspaper, Helsingin Sanomat. This is perspective with regard to ownership. This is not a big problem in Finland yet, but it's been interesting to monitor when Washington Post was purchased, and we could see how Elon Musk took hold of X as the first thing, and the unprecedented concentration of power and wealth seems to be that the newly rich are quite keen on media as well. And France is the European example that occurred to me, where they have had a lot of debate about the one rich French person's media ownership. So if we're getting into a situation where for political reasons various media are being purchased, so although owner and journalist is not the same one-to-one, but of course it affects the way in which people react to media and to the public debate. And the Washington Post was quite a good example because journalists actually were protesting against this change. And I think it was quite sweet in the last decade, Mark Zuckerberg had to stumble in the Cambridge crisis or scandal, and he was purchasing print advertising in large European newspapers, and in that situation the print media was okay for him as well. But let's move over to the artificial intelligence, because it is a big debate, and it's a big European debate because we talk about data integrity. According to a study conducted by Reuters Institute, many people are using AI chatbots to get news, and I think it's growing rapidly. The trust in news in Finland is very high still, 63%. It's top of the world, but it too has decreased. And personally, I don't believe that the key question is whether journalists will use the AI. I think it is a problem if the AI becomes the user interface between the news and consumers. So we have a destination strategy in the Nordic countries people do not have accreditation. They go to any news site they are loyal to with regard to brands. So I think it also correlates strongly to how much you rely on media, because if it's an accredited world, you don't know where you are reading a single article. And are we too much focused on regulating large U.S. media corporations and not so interested in what's happening on their own terrain? Yeah, I think it's an important question. EU's basic response or operating logic is based on regulation, and regulation has been the response to developing a financial operating environment in various areas. And for digital technologies and maybe for the AI as well, I think you can use the argument that they have invested too much to regulation without developing their own technological capability. Of course, the EU budget isn't very large, and that funding is also needed for regional development and questions like that. But building your own technological capability, particularly in the situation of geopolitical tension where we are relying on either American, US, or in some cases even on Chinese operators, I think is a justification for us having a more active relationship to increasing our technological sovereignty. But it's been a tricky question to Finland too. Finland has not made a lot of initiatives either, because many times I think we believe that it can also lead to favoring of large member states, or sometimes the critical technology-related financial instruments have been built so that they go to the net receiving countries. So it's been a difficult puzzle to solve. I have to say that radio seems to be an amazing media, because nothing kills radio. And maybe you're not the right person to ask this, but if who will pay for providing information? Will it happen that the newspaper will offer a platform and everybody will create their own user interface for that with Lovable or something? Thank you for an incredibly simple question. I'll try to answer to it. But I want to comment on the previous topic, because if we think that the press freedom map also depicted the situation in global democracy, we were nodding our heads that it correlates strongly. So, in that case, in my opinion, it also builds quite a risk for the development of the AI, where it's being done and what is the premise for it. So if in Europe we are slightly on the positive side, then we should have a stronger role in developing the AI too. But to your question, it was so absurd that it started sounding that if tree falls in the forest, if it was developed in the AI, did anybody hear it was the forest there, was the tree there? I think it's on a very kind of a meta level. I think your response was on a meta level as well. But thank you for your contributions, Sami, anyway. But I wanted to ask you, you're in the center of power there, and the data issues are on your and your colleagues' desk. I think this is the wrong confrontation here. Regulation as such does not increase our sovereignty at all. We can have plenty of necessary regulation that we use to direct US and Chinese corporations operating logic in Europe. We are nevertheless just dependent on these operators, aren't we? So this also means that demolishing the regulation doesn't automatically add to our sovereignty, and currently the regulation we've made actually benefits those companies that have a powerful position in Europe currently. So I think Europe needs regulation done from their own perspective, where Europeans are looking at what our demands are with regard to transparency, responsibility, protection of privacy. That is how we direct everyone who's operating in Europe. And on the side of it, we need measures that would increase European sovereignty, and it is an important measure. But thinking that just by taking down regulation is not the solution. We need many other actions, starting from what the public side is doing to develop digital services, etc. How does it look from the Finnish perspective? Well, I have to say I'm not buying that Europe is regulating itself out of the game. I think we have had problems in scalability, and the capital market is relatively small, as Timo said, EU, but certainly regulation, when we talked about a tsunami of digital regulation a couple of years ago, came in a very quick pace, and I'm not going to take a stand on whether it was good or bad regulation. But to understand all the implications it has, it's going to take some time. We could take a couple of questions from the audience, or at least one briefly, but let's take up a topic. We have about 5 minutes left about solutions. So we basically have a stress test that Kari Kuusiniemi once called for on the perspectives of a rule of law, how populism and other disruptory movements affect the development of rule of law state. Should we have a similar stress test on the media and press freedom in Finland, and what should we take into account with that? Let's just have one sentence for each. Sami can start.
Taloudellisten toimintaedellytysten turvaaminen.
Safeguarding financial conditions by ensuring equal operating opportunities. Journalism is a business based on trust. It's the basis for all the journalistic business. So we are doing research on that, but we have to know how much the great public relies on journalism. We have to think about all the different streams where the funding will come in the future. I think that how we are building a world where we can accept disagreements. I think that the function of a stress test should be identifying whether we are close to a turning point. For example, with regard to the diversity of the media field, if it's going to happen, as wiser people in the panel have said, that this is going to drop. I think it's something. Just one sentence, please. Well, I'm going to continue with you, Lee. Some topical levers, European Freedom Act, European Democracy Shield. We have Agora EU on the budget side, etc. Lots of things are going on. Which one would you raise here? I think I would raise the Agora EU in this case, because it's a question of financial resources, as I stated, that it's not going to solve this problem either, but it is important that this EU budget will also have financial instruments with the aim of safeguarding the operating conditions for an independent media. There are questions in the front row. Go ahead, Martti Aho, student. In the beginning, you approached a solution. Mariana said that we could consider media subsidies in Finland, whereas media representatives said they don't want subsidies. I think the problems with the logistics and technical costs that they have abroad, what would be the solution then? We have another question here. Jukka Holmberg from the Union of Journalists. Thank you for an excellent debate. There were many memes and with every one of them we can say that it won't solve things alone. And I think we also have to mention media policy so that the government and the parliament from time to time looks at how the Finnish media is doing, because it has an impact on the security of supply and many other things. So when we have fact-based decision-making, things usually succeed better. So how are you going to organize the media policy? I think it's a synonym for media strategy that undoubtedly it has not been mentioned. Lee, what would you say to that? Of course, there are many ways to do things. If you think about the Finnish decision-making system, media political report, or whatever you want to come up with. And I think the idea should be that we have a holistic view on the whole media field. And it's true, some players might not need subsidies, some might be desperate for them, but that might not solve it alone. So we could take a look at the subsidies and taxation and such, and the working conditions for journalists and the EU regulation. I think it's a good idea. Mariana, you get the last word on this student's good question. Well, I think that if we talk about, I think Sami would be better at answering to the issues on the electronic side, but I think we have to subsidize something else than the post deliveries. Delivery subsidy is not as important as the other kind of support, more direct support for media. And then the media policy that defines the ways in which we want to support it. Thank you to panelists. This was a speedy, interesting discussion with millions of topics, and I think this discussion will go on. And in our organization, Reporters Without Borders, we used to say that no news is bad news, and with these words I also thank the audience for being active, and let's give a round of applause to our panelists. Many thanks to the panel and the audience for this topical discussion. We will have the program continuing at 1:45, so welcome back in a minute.
takaisin sopukkaan. Muistutan jälleen, että ohjelma tulkataan englanniksi Interfy-sovelluksella.
Welcome back. I'll remind you again that this discussion will be interpreted into English and you can access everything with the QR code and the chat. Now let's next talk about the situation, economic and security situation in the pharma industry. And I give the floor now to Anne-Mari Virolainen. Thank you very much. A warm welcome to this panel discussion. Europe and Finland are at crossroads. Yesterday in the Europe Forum opening, the Prime Minister Orpo very clearly stated, and also this became clear in the politics panel afterwards, how Europe strives to enhance its economy and security, and especially self-sufficiency and resilience. Global actors, the US and China, are seriously challenging Europe's competitiveness in various sectors. And today we talk about what this means to the pharma sector, pharma industry. We know that companies invest in those countries where modern healthcare systems and access to latest treatments are available. And I would like to emphasize that Finland is at a crossroads. We have to decide which direction we want to go and develop our system, and how, with this small market, we can ensure that Finnish patients have access to the latest innovative treatments, and also other patients outside of Finland. Now, panelists, we have first of all Nina Ekholm-Bemberg, Country Director of Johnson & Johnson and Chairperson of Pharma Industry Finland, PIF. Then we have Sinuhe Wallinheimo, Member of Parliament and also the Chair of the Grand Committee. Hello. Then Tarja Enala, Head of Health 36 Program at Business Finland. And then Elina Laurinen, a rather recent nomination of Head of European Commission representation in Finland, and she has a long career of 30 years in the European Commission, so she is an expert in the EU matters and decision making. So, and finally, if we have time, we can have questions from the audience as well. Now, we are living geopolitically in a challenging time, and we have noticed that when a crisis hits, then it is possible to carry out concrete activities rather swiftly. Budgets are increased and procurements are made. However, when improving competitiveness, it seems that the wait is a long one. So what is so difficult about this? Personally, when I have followed the competitiveness discussion in Europe for more than 20 years, I think that something has to happen so that Europe could make amendments, fix something. Elina, how do you see this? You are very experienced in the EU matters. What should be done to fix this? We have talked enough. It's time to act. Thank you. This is a very important subject that you've chosen for this discussion. The Commission's agenda and objectives at the moment are concentrated on improving competitiveness. This is a priority, and President von der Leyen's objectives are many. This is one of them, and of course security and competitiveness. So competitiveness and resilience comes up in everything that the Commission does in its initiatives, and of course this is done in cooperation with the other institutions and stakeholders such as the pharma industry. So this is the number one on the Commission's agenda, and the work program currently has the theme, the independence moment of Europe, which means self-sufficiency, independence. We have to also catch up with the US and China in order to close the gap in innovation. And all the activities that we carry out are linked to this particular theme. And we have done a lot, and Commission is not doing this alone. What about Business Finland? How do you see this? Yes, indeed. Europe has to now move to practical action from the strategy and make healthcare sector also one of the flagships in the area of security. In Business Finland, we have 22 growth areas, which we analyze at the moment, and health is one of them, which we will look at in detail during the autumn, very carefully. So this work is being carried out until the end of October. So we look at health very extensively as a growth area. Sinuhe, you are also a well-known sportsman, and Finland has this sort of a Lasse Vireen moment. We saw all of us in his most famous competition when he fell and then got up and changed pace and was successful. I'm sure that Finland will change its tempo as well, and it's really needed. So don't waste a good crisis is one slogan that could be used. Now, when the Russia attacked Ukraine, and now it took 5 years for Europe to exit from the Russian gas, so it's possible. Competitiveness, it seems to be there all the time. It's not a crisis, but it is there all the time, and we should be able to react much faster than what we've done so far. A lot of good things are being done in terms of R&D, in terms of dismantling regulation and completing the capital market union. However, we are not where we want to be as the European Union, so it takes time. I think we fell asleep for about 20 years with competitiveness, so therefore it's not possible to solve these challenges in a couple of years. It takes a longer time, and so there's still a lot of systems worldwide, and this is a good ranking for Finland. Then the other side, it's true that in 1 year we've been able to increase our investments by 10%, and then our vision is to double this and take it even higher. It's possible, but this moves forward quite slowly in terms of legislative amendments and the operating environment. So FinTrials is critical here. Legislation needs to be amended. A lot has been done already, but we have to guarantee that every patient in Finland has access to medication. There are delays here. 12% of the medication that are available for American patients are only here available, and 44% of the medication available to all patients in Europe are available here. So it's something we have to develop. So there's still a lot to be done. And the lack of flexibility, i.e. how to develop startups and investment companies here. Elina, what about you? Yes, I wanted to add that Finland is an interesting target or objective or destination from Brussels' point of view as well. They have noticed the good environment and infra. Next week, the commissioner responsible for healthcare sector is coming to visit us, so this will be a good opportunity to discuss things with the commissioner. And as you mentioned, funding, The Horizon program is the world's biggest innovation program, which has benefited Finland as well. And Finnish R&D is top class in Finland, in the world. And I would also like to mention that when we talk about the upcoming MFF for the 7 years, starting from 2028, there the Commission proposes, in terms of competitiveness fund, where biotechnology is one of the focus areas there, and especially pharma sector would benefit greatly, and investments therein as well in Finland. So I certainly hope that this competitiveness fund proposal will move forward.
As I recall, Finnish companies have got over 100 million worth of that funding. Well, Finland will have elections on the 18th of April. Are you running up for elections? There are some hopes, because now you heard that many things are okay and value propositions have been given. But one thing we are worried about is that when we read the industrial policy strategy of Finland, the pharmaceutical industry is not written into that strategy, and particularly when our companies are investing 500 million, 504 million last year. Looking back 5-6 years, we've almost doubled these investments. And if we look at our exports, that's also quite a large amount. So we are now looking forward to some promises from politicians. What will the next government program contain to make this growth potential become reality? Perhaps we should answer the first question first. I'm not going to run up for the elections if you give me a well-paid job, other than that. And then, of course, this industrial strategies in pharmaceutical industry in Finland is doing very well. I think we are exporting for the worth of 3.8 billion euros. So actually it's doing very well in Finland when we talk about this industry. And then Anne-Mari, you said that we will double the investment if the operating environment is right and developing favorably, whatever that means. So now we are cutting taxes on businesses, and we are taking a lot of measures to improve this situation. We've done a great deal of things to be able to enable that. But are there some other hopes you have? I think we have been doing the right things. That's right. You've been doing the right things, but just keep going. You're headed at the right direction, and we are very grateful for that. And as I mentioned, many things have made progress, but I'm still concerned about how the Finnish patient would get as much and as fast the medication in use as, say, a German patient or another European. If we have 44% of the medication approved by the EU comes to Finnish patient in Germany, it is 93% of the medication comes to the patient. So this is something that keeps me alert in my job, how every patient in Finland would get medication quicker, and then the whole portfolio that the EMA and Europe has adopted into use. And now, Nina, you have a good place to tell to a political decision maker and commission representative that since you have huge investments in Belgium, what are the measures and actions that we should take for a company like yours would consider the Finnish operating environment favorable enough for you to take some of your research and product development input into Finland. Yes, and of course we're happy to have some research activities at Johnson & Johnson in Finland. I would say that we need more of it, and we could do more of it here if there were a clear, transparent system, predictable access to one funding channel by which we could guarantee this medication to the use of Finnish patients. And of course, since we want to develop medication, we want that our medication will be used. But of course, if the latest treatment is not used in Finland, then the standard of treatment is not on the same level as in other countries. And what I'm mostly concerned about, and as a taxpayer, of course, if we don't take into use these innovative treatments, we are actually in a productivity crisis. We have about 4 or 5 times invested in medication development. But if we look at the Central European countries that introduce this medication quicker and larger, they have 65% higher returns. And the top countries even more than that. So it's already a question of productivity and for patients that they can be sure that they remain healthy. If they have an illness, they can lead a good life nevertheless and be productive for the Finnish state. So it is a big thing, and the Confederation of Finnish Industries says that the absence of work comes at a cost of 5 billion per year in Finland. And of course, the work pension directors are worried about Finnish early retirement at the age of 55. So these are big costs to society, and we would need to have good tools to work against them. What does Nina say about it? About the employment policy that would apply to that sector, I would say that we have that in the EU, in Europe, and it's on a high level on the Commission agenda as well. So the biotechnology, pharmaceutical industry, health is one of the key sectors in competitiveness that we are discussing, and we do have an industrial political agenda, and this biotechnological regulation that the Commission came up with last year, it's intended exactly to improve competitiveness in these sectors, and we've had a consultation procedure taking place, and I would like to see you attending them actively so that we get the good ideas early on into use. And we would be informed about any such things that would guarantee that we are also coming up with good legislation. I think it's going to come to our table at some point. Are you prepared? Yes. Tarja, would you like to comment? Or do you agree? Absolutely, yes. If I may comment and go back to the industrial policy strategy, isn't the pharmaceutical industry under the Ministry for Social and Health, more or less? Well, this is the big problem for us. Pharmaceutical industry is considered as a provider of social and health services, and the industrial policy angle has been forgotten. But we've been running to the ministry quite actively, and we've been asking them to listen to us. I think it is one thing that should be solved in Finland. The pharmaceutical industry is not the only one that is in the wrong sector of administration. There are certain measures that are genuinely innovative and creating a lot of added value, so they could be placed somewhere else than the Ministry for Social and Health at this point. So this is something that could be solved in the next government program negotiations, because if it could be placed under the Ministry of Employment and Economic Development, and they have many other institutions like the work pension institution, which came here to Turku, and the ownership steering is there under the Ministry for Economic Development and Employment. And so any early models for pharmaceutical development is part of that. Well, we will share the news with the minister that you have similar patterns going on. Well, for the current and the previous minister, we have talked about our hopes, and they have resonated well there. Whenever we can give investments about investments in euro terms, it is quite well received. But I would say that the Ministry for Social and Health has understood our role. I don't want to criticize them at all. On the contrary, we've had very good collaboration in this election period. Particularly last week, we had the Nordic colleagues visiting us here in Finland, so we were happy to have both ministers from the Ministry for Social and Health Affairs come to us and engage in a genuine dialogue. So I think it was an immense indication of appreciation, so we're worth listening to, and maybe to have a combination of this as it is underneath the Ministry for Social and Health. There's always a lot of savings pressure, so you are only savings needs under your budget, and you want to have quick fixes. And whereas if it were under the Ministry for Employment and Economy, they look at the impacts on society more broadly, because it can be positive even if the costs are on the negative side. We get into the security of supply issues and so on, and so they would also take a look at this industry very differently, I would say. And now that you mentioned the word security of supply, I think it is an extremely important matter, because it's been generally acknowledged that medication is part of the security of supply, and we have also been giving that message actively. Now that we're talking about the 5% budget goal for NATO and covering 3.5% for the hard defense, then 1.5% which should be a supporting defense. Medication should definitely be included in that amount. How do you see this? Is it visible in your everyday life? I'm particularly interested in what you think about it in the Parliament. And how about the Grand Committee? Are you talking about this at all? You're talking about the security of supply perspective with regard to pharmaceutical products and money in particular. I'm sure we're not talking about it as much as we should. And even in the EU, we've had the Medicines Act. They have really woken up to this as well. And I think it's going to be more visible with us as well in the future, and that's good, because medication are definitely a large part of the security of supply, and thereby in the future I think the pharmaceutical industry will be more integrated into the security of supply. So I believe that therefore they're going to take a new look at the funding for it as well. I'm sure for the pharmaceutical industry good things have been proposed and good steps have been taken both in the EU and in Finland for the acceptance for this to be increased, that we could actually invest public funding to these innovative projects. Of course, it's not work completed by any means.
Yes, this was very positive. And to continue what we heard from Sinuhe, indeed, in the EU, we have waking up to this reality, and it's good to discuss about this. It's about capability, and Finland's opinion will be listened. We have, for instance, the Critical Medicines Act, which means that reserve stocks are important, and certain medicinal products will be produced here, not elsewhere, and there are certain critical medicines, certain antibiotics, insulin, certain cancer medication, which are a vulnerable category. So this has been identified as an important category. When we talk about competitiveness, we also have to talk about contingency planning. In a certain extent, we are dependent on China here, 45% in terms of certain precursors. And when we talk about raw materials, China can always shut the tap, so to say, turn off the tap. But we have to diversify our partnerships so that we have other partners, not just US and China. Well, in the pharma industry, we talk about a high processed export sector and also a source of investments, but also the society's security of supply is at stake. So the pharma sector's significance should be seen in a new light. Well, I'm sure it is seen in a new light because many of us have participated in the defense training courses annually. Nina, for instance, what was your how did you see it, this matter, when critical situations were practiced? Yes, indeed, that's a good question. Even yesterday we had a practice and the cooperation is good. Well, partly this takes place, but that's why we want to participate here so that we can increase understanding on both sides. Markku Mäkijärvi in one seminar said that medication is a weapon, a tool of the healthcare sector, and this is true. So big pharma companies develop their logistics and production lines to take care of Europe, for instance, so the security of supply is there, even in normal times, not just crisis times. Yes, indeed. The vital, guaranteeing the vital activities and operations in the society. We are part of that work. Sorry, Matti, you mentioned the growth program of the government. This is the fourth government who has been applying this. And one of the results is indeed this PIN trials, which we appreciate very highly. It's a wonderful concept, and it means that when clinical medical tests are sought to be carried out here in Finland, trying to find interested partners, at this stage there will be a central contact point that coordinates the work with all the different hospitals. So we don't have a queue at the Finnish border of people trying to come here to do this work. This is about international competition, and it means that we have to be able to attract these international operators to come to Finland to carry out this work. Tarja, how do you see this? How can we guarantee continuation for this healthcare sector's growth work? We've sent a lot of messages to the ministry about this for them to make sure that these structures would be upheld. Will you support us in this? Will you defend this system whereby we can improve our competitiveness with these clinical tests? Yes, I certainly hope that we get this support and this national growth program where we participate in, we can see many new projects, and the next step is to guarantee the continuation of these projects, for instance, wind trials, but there are also other great projects in a planning stage. So this is about long-term innovative policy, predictability, and developing the operating environment. This is very important, this predictability, trustworthy operating environment for the companies. Yes, about wind trials and how to support it. When I look at Nord trials or Swed trials that have been operating in the other Nordic countries, and when we go to big conferences internationally, there we can see that those projects, they have their people in those conferences organizing meetings or information contact points. Would that be possible that Finn Trials would go there, get visibility for Finnish scientists and projects? Recently I was in a congress, Norway, Sweden had this kind of contact points or stands at the conference. Finland didn't. Well, yes, that's a good idea. Finn Trials is still in the beginning stages, so this coordinating partner is now being selected. Well, this delegations work have been carried out. My program, this Health 360 program, has done this kind of work in the US, in Germany, France and Switzerland. And we've also visited global pharmaceutical companies. We visited them and talked about this Why Finland concept, presented our research activities, companies. They have joined our delegation. Also, ministerial side has been there with us, and they over there always, these companies, for instance, they always want to join because on their own individually they will not be able to do these kinds of visits. We visited hospitals and different operators in the innovative ecosystem, and also investors we visited. So for many years we have carried out innovation cooperation. We visited Minnesota in the US, for instance. So we've done this for a few years already. This BioClinic program includes many operators and companies, and they are very happy to be a part of this because it will bring them more cooperation, scientific cooperation, funding, etc. So these are really good achievements that we have been able to achieve in terms of Finnish delegations visiting different places. Of course, the results or impact will be seen after some years, not immediately, because these negotiation processes are quite lengthy, but they are very important opportunities for SMEs. For national survey, we have seen that health is the most important issue for Finns. Research shows this, and I'm sure you have thought about these activities that should be carried out also after the election in the parliament. So how do you see this? How to take care of people's health? Well, first of all, whether we talk about pharma industry or health technologies, Europe is a fruitful ground for all this. People live longer. There are several diseases that needs to be treated here. However, there is still a lot to be done in terms of reforms. And then about the innovation policy from the perspective of health technologies or pharma industry. It looks very interesting from that perspective. Now, if we look at pharma industry perspective, for instance, there's one pharma company in Denmark which has been able to grow the Danish GDP quite considerably, and this is something we could look at in Finland as well. Is it possible here if we look at the Aura success story in health technologies? So this is a very good momentum for pharma industry and health technologies to get R&D investments and support. So I think there is a lot going on. It's a good moment to be able to apply for public funding. Yes, and we're not trying to say that pharma industry could solve alone all our problems in the Finnish healthcare, but it's a very valuable partner. We know what impact this all will have in terms of people's working life. We are a small nation, aging population, low birth rates, so this has all an impact. Now, turning to you, Elina, in the Commission, is there something really significant going on, something that we could do in terms of improving competitiveness? So we are partners as well. We are not just waiting to get guidelines or instructions from the Commission. I tend to be worried that we wait too long instead of being proactive. Well, it is important to try and make an impact in the EU matters as early as possible, and it's the Commission that has the right of initiative, so therefore Finland should be very active, and it is very active in terms of EU matters, and I hope that this will continue in the same vein. However, one matter we didn't discuss is that cooperation with third countries is very important for competitiveness and for contingency planning. We have to have international agreements in place for this sector as well. And recently this came about with the US customs tariff question. Now, for instance, they hit Canada with 100% tariffs in the pharma sector. So this is a big question. Finally, this trade agreement was finalized so that generic medicines exports do not have higher tariffs. However, innovative medicines tariffs are at the level of 15% to US. So this year we have concluded several trade agreements. After lengthy negotiation process, we managed to sign Mercosur agreement and an agreement with India. These are very important achievements, and I think these should be discussed more in Finland. Right, thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from the audience? There's somebody in the back. Thank you, Taneli Lehtinen from the Commission. In the beginning, you talked about competitiveness, investments, innovations, and funding. I would like to come back to that briefly. The single market operations is very important for competitiveness, and for decades, the EU leaders have said and confirmed that single markets should be developed. Now, when the Commission makes proposals for legislation to unify the single markets or a proposal to create the competitiveness fund, and then the member states have a hard time accepting those proposals. So what could we do better so that we could have a more positive view towards these proposals. Well, the chairperson of the Grand Committee, do you have a reply for this? Well, let me come back to what I said in the beginning. Do we really understand what type of competitiveness crisis we have in Europe? I think we've started to understand, but I don't think we grasp the real situation. And I think that this current situation will continue because of this. However, I think we have understood that the world has fundamentally changed. We have different types of threats, and this will lead us to understand competitiveness more. However, we do not have a consensus on what it means. Sometimes it means that Finland will not get everything out of this, or Portugal will not get everything out of this. So in the big picture, it would be better that competitiveness would be better throughout Europe. However, this kind of consensus is not there because it seems that the crisis mentality is not there either. Thank you very much for depicting this situational picture. But I believe in an old saying in Finland, where there is a will, there is a way. And I'm sure that all of us individually try to work towards that end. Thank you very much for all the panelists. I have the impression that together we try to achieve a healthier Finland. Thank you very much. Many thanks to all the panelists, to the moderator, and to the audience for this discussion. And next, we continue at 2:45, discussion on the European human capital as a basis for competitiveness and growth. See you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Tervetuloa takaisin seuraamaan Sopukan ohjelmaa. Keskustelut striimataan livenä, tulkataan englanniksi.
Welcome back to the Nook. This discussion will be streamed and you can participate in the chat through the QR code. We're next going to look at the significance of competence and human capital on European competitiveness and economic growth. And the moderator, please, the floor is yours. Juha Kilponen. Thank you and a warm welcome on our behalf as well to the Europe Forum. As you heard, the topic is probably one of the most important ones for the European competitiveness, the human capital driver for competitiveness and growth. And before we start the discussion, I'm going to introduce the topic through the economics point of view, and we'll start from an observation made by Robert Solow, a Nobel laureate in economics, who in the 1950s made the observation that only machinery factors and physical capital accounted for only part of economic growth, and a significant proportion of growth was attributable to what is known as total productivity. So in other words, what mattered was not just how many productive means we had, but how wisely people were able to use knowledge, technology and their skills to create new value. A few decades later, two researchers, Theodor Schultz and Gary Becker, gave this phenomenon a name, human capital. Then Paul Romer and Robert Lucas took this idea even further, and their work emphasized the fact that competence is not merely one production factor among others. Knowledge generates new knowledge, ideas spread, and competence accumulates in a different way than what physical capital does. If we then go to education, two well-known scientists, Claudia Golding and Lawrence Katz, aptly summarized the 20th century as a race between education and technology. And one key observation they made was the explanation for the United States economic rise being that the country first expanded education to the large baby boom generation and was thus able to capitalize on the opportunities offered by new technology. Today, we can say that Europe and Finland are actually at the start of a new kind of a race. The technological revolution is accelerating. Artificial intelligence is transforming the nature of work. I'm sure everybody's noticed that. The population is aging. But at the same time, for example, in Finland, we've noticed that the educational attainment has stalled. One more quote from a growth economist, Philippe Aghion. I think many have heard the name. He has reminded us that when an economy has reached the technological frontier, the logic of growth will change. At that point, it's no longer enough simply to copy the best practices, but we have to be able to create something new. And a big question for this panel is whether Finland and Europe have enough expertise, courage and institutions to win this new race. And it is a pleasure to me to discuss this topic today with two outstanding experts, Meri Obstbaum. She is an advisor to the board of the Bank of Finland and has been a key person to develop the Bank of Finland's growth model. I'm sure you'll hear more about it. We also have Jari Eloranta, Professor of Economic History at the University of Helsinki, and his research will most likely bring us a long-term perspective on innovation, the role of public finances, and the kinds of institutions that have made growth and prosperity possible. So a warm welcome to Meri and Jari. Great that you could make it here. And now I will move over to this side, closer to you, and let me start with the current situation in Finland and Europe, and maybe the longer historic background. As I mentioned, the race between education and technology, as mentioned by Claudia Golni, is clearly evident in Finland's history. Finland rose from being a poor agricultural country to the top of the world and the wealthiest nations through comprehensive school reform and investment in that, in research and in development. But the situation has changed. The rise in Finland's educational standard has stalled and PISA results have fallen, productivity growth has stagnated. And if I could quote Philippe Aghion here, we could say that Finland has succeeded very well in the catch-up phase. But after that, have we somehow stumbled once we reached the technological frontier, or why is our growth model not really operating here or working here? Jari, go ahead. Yes, thank you. And it's nice to have such a good audience here and that we get to discuss these questions. Indeed, these are matters that are quite fundamental, and Mary and myself have got to discuss this topic, and probably we will touch upon the things Finland should do or things we haven't done quite right in the past. We could start with the so-called catch-up story, and the story of the Finnish economic history is really the one of trying to catch up. And the period of low growth is only at the very last stage, and we've reached a certain level. And we were very good at the quick growth phase. We had resources, we had educated workforce, we made good investments on behalf of the public sector, particularly in the education. This investment in the education has improved our competitiveness. We have been winners in the globalization to a large extent. Now we are maybe in the latter stages of that and in a kind of a recession, but we have succeeded in that. But where we are faced with problems then is that Finland, over the past couple of decades, has become a low-growth society, which is fine as such. People who argue that we should have 5 to 6 GDP growth like in China, I think are on the wrong track, because even in China it's not going to continue by any means. But even for Finland it's not necessary. Particularly after the Second World War, we've had less crises in Finland, although it might now not seem like that. We have had less recessions, and COVID is a good example. We managed to survive a crisis quite well right at the beginning, but then the aftercare wasn't done that well. And we have some other problems. I think we can talk about regulation, the rigidity we have in our society generally. And we can talk about in the 1990s being blind about we need to be Nokia, we have to have a huge corporation that is on, even globally speaking, on the top of its sector. But our society is too small to have any likelihood for such a corporation to be sustainable. It's better that we have good mid-sized companies that are successful, and the impact of good education is best expressed in them and reflected in them. And we can talk about the zero growth era, about all the things that are related to that. But I could say that we still have plenty of things in good shape, starting from our institutions, that this is a positive, and our education sector is providing us with a lot of new things, and we can find innovations there. And just a remark to everybody that we are still an innovative society if it is measured by a number of patents, for example. I think we should get rid of the Finnish pessimism, saying that everything's bad here. We are, after all, the happiest nation in the world. So let's continue on a more positive note and think about all the positive things that we have in our society. Good, thank you, Jari. Let's set our growth targets in a realistic manner and we'll be fine. Meri, you have done a lot of research on the long-term growth, and we've observed that the rise on the educational level in Finland has been stagnated, and we can also see that the share of young people with academic education, the proportion of them is now lagging behind other countries. Compared to other countries. Is this breaking our growth currently? According to our analysis, it is actually breaking the growth if these unfavorable trends will not be addressed. And of course, we can address them. However, this problem has become very visible in our growth analysis because that analysis is largely based on the basic the human capital that is nourished by education. And if we talk about the catching up phase for Finland, the key factor there was the strengthening of the human capital, investment in education. And now if we look forward, what is concerning with regard to the human capital is that the working age population is getting smaller, and also the generations to be educated will be smaller, so we can't increase the human capital that way. And then the decrease in the level of education dropping, which is quite exceptional internationally speaking, actually. If that continues, it's going to be seen on the lower average educational level for the whole population. And I try to stay optimistic, but I have to comment, as you have said, we are already far distanced from our peer countries in the educational level of our young people. And in a scenario where we won't address these unfavorable trends, it might stop our economic growth in the 2040s. But as I said, luckily things can be done about it. Maybe not so much our birth rate, but we can strengthen our education in many ways. Thank you. This was a good warm-up round. One topic that we just can't avoid even in a growth discussion is, of course, the artificial intelligence, which is going to change the nature of work and competence dramatically. And I think Jari's studies have also shown that these kinds of economic revolutions have sometimes increased the value of human capital, but at other times it could also cause some de-skilling. Push that aside. So, Jari, if you were to crystallize things, what does our economic history teach us about the changes that these kinds of transitions have caused, with particular interest in education? Well, you summed it up quite well. It could raise the value of specific human capital, also in monetary terms through wages and salaries and so on. But I would like to mention that for us, artificial intelligence is showing itself as a sudden technological revolution. It's not sudden. It has been developed for decades. Also, the impacts, as far as I can see, will not be as revolutionary as many economists are saying. It will affect the performing workforce and the way they work. The lowest level of tasks cannot be replaced by the AI, nor can the really highest type of work. Neither one of those can be replaced by the AI, but it's the mid-range that will face some threat through that in a way. But the educational frame will be significant with regard to this, and we need to react to these changes. It's important. And maybe we'll talk more about us needing to produce such competent workers who have very broad view on society, not just very technical skills. When we have these people with comprehensive competencies, they can also adjust in the labor market and find new types of work. Right. So, Mary, a tricky question to you. How does the impact on productivity and the effect on competitiveness, how could we tie it to the long-term growth models? I'm sure it's possible and needs to be thought about depending on how the AI will develop in the future. At the moment, of course, the situation is such that we already know that some tasks can be made much more efficient, but there are some bottlenecks for the use of the AI already. And for the large part, we are continuing with the same tasks as before. With regard to the impact on the long-term growth and productivity, what is essential is whether the AI will learn how to innovate, how to come up with brand new ideas and not just to utilize existing information as it's doing now. So based on our analysis, doing all the innovation and product development, and the key question is whether the AI can learn these kinds of qualities, and if it won't, I think what we're expecting is just a leap in the productivity level, but not speeding up of a long-term growth. Thank you. Maybe we'll get back to this later.
So this is the Europe Forum, so let's talk about the European context and investment into training, education and the fragmentation of the system. And I can now refer to a couple of economists. Robert Lucas in the 80s developed this growth model and emphasized the spillover effect of human capital, external effect, and he emphasized that when someone learns something new, the effects can radiate out into the surrounding society and businesses, and this makes public investments and private investments in education particularly interesting from the growth perspective. Now, within the EU single market, we know that labor moves freely, at least in principle, but the funding of education systems remains still in the hands of 27 separate member states. So my question is, the fragmentation of the education systems and its funding, is it a challenge to Europe? If so, how could we correct this situation? Mary, perhaps you can start. Yes, in terms of research and higher education can be seen as a European commodity of general interest. So if a research result is achieved, it should be immediately be available for everybody. If we have a breakthrough in the Finnish research, it could be used, for instance, in German industry. But these resources, of course, are huge, the resources that are required, so that not one operator can handle this. So there is a lack of funding in the markets, in a sense. So joint funding could be a possibility. However, even if we're optimistic, we know that there are challenges in Europe if we want to unify funding for higher education and research. However, when we talk about other types of education, other levels, that's a different story because it's so closely linked to individuals and to different cultures. But I do see that at the level of higher education and research, there is a need for tighter cooperation so that we can then globally compete with other operators. And then now if we look at this from the history's perspective, this fragmentation, we know that states have unified local or regional school systems and scaled up the benefits from this. How do you see the European education system and its funding? Well, yes, as we heard this description from Mary, the higher education and research and its funding is necessary in cooperation and in a unified manner. We need partners. We cannot do this alone. We need also versatile funding instruments that are offered by Europe as well. Some of them are rather big in scale in terms of the level of resources. So they are all necessary, and in certain areas, fields where big investments are needed, and there are big problems there. In one discussion where I participated, there was a South Korean university representative, and we talked about this. And they had their own center for political sciences with a budget of 100 million. What a wonderful benefit and advantage for them, how they want to invest in that. Now then, the lower education level, perhaps in Europe, we could try and develop more common education systems in order to facilitate education for all. I think we've been quite a bit too not open about the PISA results. We didn't want to learn from the Portuguese school system, for instance. Well, it's always good to see the world in a more extensive terms. Now, do you see a possibility to create a higher education top university along the lines of Princeton or Stanford? Well, theoretically, that would be an optimal solution if we were able to establish that. However, that would need a broader consensus on the significance of human capital to creating economic growth, because there are all sorts of obstacles to this. We can all imagine what type of discussion we would have on the location of such an institute and what language would be used in the training. Well, yes, I think this is something to be hoped for, but it's not really realistic in the European context, because then we would fight over where it would be located and who would fund it. So all these regional policy solutions where we establish small universities should be substituted by these bigger universities with a lot of cooperation. Yes, thank you. We already mentioned AI and its challenges. Another big challenge is linked to geopolitics. We all know that we have enormous pressures to increase our defense and security spending, and at the same time our population is aging. Jari, you've studied the historical shift in public spending from the security and military economy towards investments in welfare and education. So, are we now seeing a reversal of this historical trend and increase security expenditure and put the funding on human capital at risk at the same time? What do you think? Should we be worried, or do you see cause for optimism? Yes, I do. Optimism here. Guns versus butter. That's the theme here. And research results show that you cannot substitute one with the other. Budgetary mechanisms as such are so complicated anyway that you cannot just transfer a bunch of money from one item to another. So it's guns and butter. So both are involved. We are increasing defense funding. However, social security and education funding will not be cut down radically unless we are forced to take some radical decisions. One example. Today with Mary, We have talked about how defense funding has impact on economic growth, but we don't discuss that much. So investment in defense sector, however we think about these reforms, but investments in social security is also investment in defense in times of crisis. We have NGOs that are funded through a certain instrument, and so they are also part of this comprehensive security system in Finland. So when we cut something, may cut somewhere, for instance, in terms of it has a negative impact on both healthcare, social security, and defense and security. Well, when we look at prioritization in public funding, how can it be seen? Well, I think the pressure to prioritize means that we should more carefully consider what can be achieved with the available euros. So this guns versus butter, it's not about choice, because we don't have a choice. We have to invest in defense. However, we should not then conclude that even though we know that education is behind the growth of human capital and an important source of economic growth, and we should not make cuts there, or that investments in defense industry, also there we have to consider very carefully where the euros are used. Research results have weakened significantly in developed countries. In Finland, this is even more significant than in other PISA countries, which shows that we haven't used the euros available in an optimal manner within education. And I think that this situation will continue as well in the future in Finland. So this means that we really have to investigate what we can get with the available euros within the education system. And unfortunately, we don't have much information what works there and what not. Reforms have been carried out, even though we're not able to look at the cause and effect within those projects and why. We don't even know why the educational results are worse than what they were before. This should be investigated. Yes, economic growth is deteriorating also because when a crisis struck, then we were not able to look at the events strategically on a longer term, what the impact of that would be on human capital and how to make corrections in the system. Now we know more or less what the impacts are, and now we need courageous action to amend that situation and the system. Good. We already discussed skills and the global competition over skills in Europe. But if we look at this competition for talent and the allocation of finance, there's been this Paul Romer's theory of growth, according to which ideas and technology are in principle non-rival goods. So when a new invention is made, anyone can use it without it being taken away from others. And we already discussed this creates enormous economies of scale. And perhaps this is why expertise tends to be physically concentrated in hubs such as Silicon Valley or Boston. And then the economist James Heckman highlights the high social return on investment in early childhood, particularly in preventing disadvantage and building foundational skills. And as I mentioned earlier, we should emphasize the importance of higher education, research and innovation at the forefront, cutting edge of technology. So how to use the scarce resources, how to allocate them. Meri, what are your thoughts on this? So if we have scarce resources, how should education investments be directed more towards basic skills, early education, or towards centers of excellence, universities? Well, this is a good question for which I do not have a reply. We don't actually have research information that would show us the cause and effect. So educational level needs to be increased, heightened. So human capital is not only about production, it also enables productive activity, innovative activity, because innovations are created by humans. So if we want to choose where to invest, I think it's the innovative chains beginning in the excellence in skills and not particularly directly in the R&D support.
So Mary and myself have been thinking about this, that when we think about who it is in Finland who can find the best things, who will identify them. If we don't have high quality research identifying the best investment targets, I would actually be inclined to think that, as one economist saw, that the innovation usually is created through various factors, and it can't be just solved with one thing. But for the economic growth, particularly for a state like Finland, it is important to create a broader potential of human capital, kind of a stock of human capital that will act as a driver for growth and will create something he calls micro-innovations that will improve some processes, specific things. We can use a steam engine to transport trains, for example. And these innovations, according to him, bring more economic growth than the so-called breakthroughs that seem quite fantastic. And same applies to the sector of higher education. Many times we just blindly follow a trend. And we have also outsourced the assessment of our scientific research abroad. So we don't really know what we should prioritize or what we should do differently. Very good. I might go back to the question of funding and the role of private and public funding on education. If we look at the thriving innovation economies like the United States and the UK, historically speaking, what has been the role of private and public funding? Looking at the Nordic countries and Finland too, we use the tax funding for that. Does our model work in this global competition? I'd say it can work. And about the Anglo-American model, in the American debate in rhetoric and politics, they often forget that the background of most universities is in public funding, and they became private universities over the course of a long time, where they gained enough capital and could be announced to be a private university. So the operating field is different. In the United States, each state usually has a chain of universities where I've attended them as well, and many of them are really top universities. And there is a role for public funding there as well. But I agree that in the Nordic countries we lack the tradition of private funding, so as to have competing private universities that would kind of spur or spur the publicly funded universities, which might be a welcome thing in the field of education. When the successful model is where both private and public funding is used on improving the educational sector. Meri, would you like to add something? I think just a matter of principle, as you described, ideas are such that once they are invented, they benefit everyone, and there's a clear opportunity for free riding, so to speak, and to argue for it economically is to support such activities by public funding that can't be created through private funding, whereas commercializing research results might easily have room for private funding, but we need public funding to provide basic research. Very good. About this global competition for skilled labor, I know the US and many Asian centers are attracting a large part of the global top performers, whereas in Europe we often come back to the fact that the salary level is not high enough in Europe, but the truth is that European societies are very agreeable in other aspects. So what about these institutions and the ability to receive these talents? Can Europe attract the top talents despite the fact that we know we can't compete with the United States in having a huge funding available? So can we still take part in the competition? Definitely. Particularly in the past couple of years, during Trump's administration, Europe has become much more attractive to academic top talents. What is, of course, sad is that we're shooting ourselves in the leg, in the foot with the restrictions on immigration, for example, making it less appealing or making it difficult to bring your family along. And it's tricky, difficult, and it's also harmful for our reputation. But Europe has become more attractive, and Finland has also invested in this. The Academy of Finland, we've started some recruiting processes, but the results have been varied because for some people the Finnish pay level is not enough. But for some, having a safe, secure society where things work, there's no great differences or dichotomies that tear societies apart. And I would like to add that the Finnish education reputation is still good abroad. People feel it's worth bringing your children here to learn, and learning is more equal. So it also often reflects the values of an academic top talent, what you have here. But I admit that the questions of pay can be a problem. Yes, sometimes it's really up to small things. Meri, would you like to add something? Well, I largely agree with Jari. It often, for decades, the international talents have been transferring to the United States, while the United States economic growth has been clearly faster than here, and the rankings of top universities, European universities, are not in the top ones. And as Jari said, this might be an opportunity to make Europe more attractive, at least for when it comes to academic freedom. Our ranking has been improved compared to the United States. But if the vision is that we want to keep our domestic talent here and we want to attract talents from abroad, we should be consistent in using a large part of our public funding on education. Isn't it contradictory then that on one hand we fund education, but then we kind of restrict the yields of education a lot, if you're referring to salaries, for example. And I'd like to mention that I did my PhD in Florence in the European Institute where President Stubb and Juha have also been. And their global top people have been brought there who pay no taxes, and the salaries are very nice there. And it's a nice place, all in all. Florence is always nice. That's right. We have 5 more minutes for this panel. We haven't got any questions through the chat, but maybe the audience has a question. Have you got something?
Joo, anna mennä vaan.
About being hopeful, we have rising small companies showing that Finland can actually advance faster. I have also a question. Please wait for the microphone. I'm from the Bank of Finland. My question has to do with the development of the Finnish university systems. Jaris Boss, Sari Lindblom has said that the Finnish university system cannot cope with 63% of the age group being trained at the university, and that they can study as long as they want for their basic degrees. Plus, I've understood that the lecture rooms are full of students anyway. I could mention that Paavo Okko asked whether there is any justification for the optimism of Mika Maliranta, and I think you heard these questions. I can take the third one. Well, many times I've spoken with Mika about this because the Bank of Finland's analyses seem to indicate quite a bleak future if we look at the education trends and the threat of the human capital. And I said that I hope that Mika is right and that we are wrong in our future visions with regard to education. And I don't want to criticize our rector, because technically speaking she's my boss, but I believe that Sari is right for the most part, and that challenges will be high if we get to these figures, but I can't see that the lecture rooms are overcrowded in the University of Helsinki, and I say that the percentages for getting entrance to specific fields is very low, unfortunately. So we need to come up with new ideas on how to do these things. If we can find synergies between Finnish universities, and not that we always do the same thing, but focus on those areas where we are really good at, might help. But there are no easy solutions, and of course the universities of applied sciences is type of training that we should promote, because it helps also in the task of training a larger part of population. There were now 2 questions on chat with regard to education again. What reasons lie behind the decrease of the educational level? And then why is the educational level dropping? Well, it's the same question. We could actually refer to the review by the Ministry of Education that actually gives good insight into the measures that have been taken, and they've looked at the situation. One clear indication is that since the depression in the 1990s, both the funding for basic education as well as higher education have been decreased. They have remained on a lower level, and also with regard to higher education, the funding has not been increased. We have invested a lot on this second grade training, and it doesn't really make it easier to attain higher level education after that. Just a brief question after, and then a summary. if you could give one piece of advice to the European Council and the Finnish government to safeguard growth and innovation, what would it be? I would say that we have to invest in basic education and basic research, and that we're too much focusing on the imagined top things we don't know enough about. Let's increase the human capital. I would emphasize the priority of human capital and education as the source for growth. In the current debate, it seems to be kind of a mixed list of all kinds of growth measures where you don't really know where to start, where we to take a vision that we used in the past and base our strategy on Finland being able to cope with top innovation on a global level, and if we were to act consistently according to that strategy, I think that would be key. Thank you. I think that might be a good place to end this panel. Thank you, Meri and Jari, for a very interesting discussion. Thanks. Thank you to the panelists and the audience for this topical discussion. We will again have a short break, and the last discussion will start at 4:45. Let's meet 4. Sorry, let's meet in a minute.
Tervetuloa takaisin tänne Turun kaupunginteatterin sopukkaan. Seuraavaksi pääsemme keskustelemaan.
Welcome back to the Nook. Next we'll discuss the cities driving European competitiveness. I'll give the floor to the moderator, Leevi Hietanen. Thank you very much. European cities as driving European competitiveness. So we're going to talk about cities, growth, EU, MFF. And we have a wonderful group of panelists here. Ville Niinistö, member of the European Parliament. Marketta Henriksson, head of Secretariat for the EU and International Affairs. And then Pia Elo, mayor of Turku. And Arto Satonen, member of Parliament, chair of the Employment and Equality Committee. My name is Leevi Hietanen. I work for the city of Espoo. We are organizing this event with the 6 largest cities of Finland: Turku, Tampere, Oulu, Vantaa, Espoo and Helsinki, in that order of size. Strengthening Europe's competitiveness is currently one of the EU's key priorities. We often talk about member states' industrial policies, EU institutions. However, in practice, most competitiveness is created in cities. The 6 biggest cities comprise 1/3 of the population, but most of the GDP and economic growth and investments are created there. So therefore, this is not only about regional policy, but a question of competitiveness. Cities so far have been able to utilize funding for transportation, international cooperation, regional cooperation from EU funding. However, the new MFF will change this, and these national and regional cooperation plans will be at stake here. So if cities are drivers of growth and competitiveness, is this seen strongly enough also in a way that the future funding in the EU is being planned? So we'll come back to this in a minute with the panelists. However, first we have the honor to listen to Joachim Strand, the Minister for European Affairs and Ownership, steering on the MFF and competitiveness, innovation and investment. You are welcome, sir. Dear listeners, can you all hear me? Yes, classically someone might say, yes, we can hear you, but you are not disturbing us. So I'm happy to be here in this city where I was born. Dear friends, when we talk about the future of Europe, one word comes up often, which is competitiveness, as we heard already. In the past years, Europe has faced exceptional amount of crises and challenges. The corona pandemic and the Russian war against Ukraine has fundamentally changed our security environment. The energy market disruptions have shown us how dependent we are on global supply chains. Also, AI, technological development, change our economies more than ever. And in all this, we have to be able to respond to the question of how we maintain our position in the leading economic operators in the world and create growth for future generations. Many replies can be found from competitiveness. Competitiveness, however, is not only an economic concept. It's not only about GDP, investments or import and exports. It's about being able to create opportunities for people, better future for young people, attract new investments? Are we able to develop technology that strengthen both economy and security? And are we able to do this in a way that strengthens our well-being all around Europe? When we look at these questions in more detail, we can very quickly see that this is not done only in Brussels, in Strasbourg, or in capitals. It is created where people are working, studying, innovating, establishing companies and creating new solutions, i.e., this is all done in cities. And for that reason, today's discussion is very important. In Finland, we tend to think about competitiveness as a general national question. However, it's built from local components as part of a value chain. Companies make investment decisions in certain cities. Research project is started in a university. Innovations are created in some companies or in laboratories. Jobs are created in certain places, cities. However, the ecosystem there is usually the same. So therefore, the competitiveness is based on local and cities' strengths. And our strength is that we do not have only one center of growth. We have a network of cities, municipalities and regions that have their own input in this national and European success. I would just mention a few examples. For instance, the region of Vaasa is well known for its energy technology hub. We also have examples from Oulu, technology, research, digital economy, Turku, Merikosteri, export is essential. Helsinki, Espoo, Vantaa together combine a lot of things and act as pioneers and take things forward. In Lapland, big investments in industry and tourism have shown that Europe's future is importantly there. There are many important reflections drawn here, and one of them is that regions are very different from one another, and it's Europe's strength that we have different types of regions and cities because they can utilize their own strengths and complement each other's strengths. And for this reason, competitiveness and city-urban policies belong together. Sometimes they are juxtaposed as if we had to choose whether we choose growth or even regional development. However, competitiveness needs both of these, and without strong competitiveness, we do not have a balanced development anywhere else. Europe's success cannot be built only on a few growth centers. We need strong cities and strong regions around those centers. Without a high-value exports, we will have to shut down also administrational centers. When cities are developed on a longer term, we can create new investments, competencies and innovations, and we strengthen European competitiveness. So this has to be kept in mind when we have a discussion on the MFF for the future period. At the moment, we are preparing decisions that have an impact on the competitiveness of the EU on a longer term. So it's not only about the MFF, it's also about what type of Europe we want to construct. Do we want a Europe that reacts to changes too slowly, or do we want a Europe that invests genuinely into skills, competencies, innovations and growth? The Commission's proposal for MFF is built more strategically in order to enhance competitiveness, innovations and regional and national partnerships. We need an EU which is able to reform and Europe which is able to create best innovative environments. We need a Europe which attracts investments and doesn't lose them to other continents. We need a Europe which is able to strengthen its security and security of supply. When we talk about cities and regions, it's also good to remember that the 5.6 million nation of Finland could be fit in one suburb in Shanghai with a population of 25 million. And You who carry out strong and intensive cooperation with other cities know this, because when we carry out cross-border cooperation with cities and universities, then new, interesting, innovative platforms are created. One example from my hometown, when Finland joined the EU, tax-free was finalized, also maritime traffic between Vaasa and Uumaja to Sweden. And what did the cities do? Vaasa and Uumaja together established a joint shipyard. They wanted to build their own ship, their own floating laboratory in Rauma for companies. We took a loan of 70 million, and the bank, European Bank. And around this boat, R&D activities have been developed. Many global companies have invested there. They carry out laboratory activities on this boat. It's a window for the maritime commercial activity in a country where the best ships in the world are built. So these joint ecosystems were created, and this was not possible without the investment of cities. And this shows how we can be successful in this kind of competition. Inside these big groups, we have to do benchmarking. We have to look at the other European sites, not the Finnish sites, other sites all over the world, how you bring R&D to Finland, and also subcontracting networks to Finland. And cities are well placed in creating and driving these type of platforms. There are wonderful examples from your cities that are represented here in this panel. My friends, it is very important that the future MFF supports competitiveness and regional development and cohesion. These objectives do not fight with each other, they complement each other, and it's important that regions can make use of their potential, and Finland is a sum of its regions after all. In this discussion, it's interesting to look at the Commission's proposal on national and regional partnership plans, and the idea is very simple here. Europe's objectives are common, and the implementation takes place regionally, locally. It's important to collect in a more strategic manner investments and ideas. We shouldn't just look at individual funding instruments separately. We have to have a comprehensive view on what type of investments are needed in order to enhance region's competitiveness and economic growth. And for Finland, this offers opportunities with one condition: partnership has to be a genuine one. Cities, universities, companies, NGOs, municipalities and provinces must be there in the planning stage. Cities are not just a target of funding, how much funding did so and so city get, but what cities are willing to do for Finland. So cities and regions should not be seen also as juxtaposed. We are a small country, so it's much better for a small country to do things together in partnership. And therefore, we all have to be able to define the objectives for European funding. If plans are made only in few European capitals or administrations, then their impact is less. But if the city's own competencies are involved, then the European funding can be linked more strongly to genuine investment needs, innovation needs. So many times we are talking about cities where these innovations and developments are taking place at universities, for instance. So in these negotiations, our voice must be heard. Of course, decisions Plans are made at the ministerial level, however, they do not alone carry out these tasks, the implementation. So cities' voice must be heard very clearly. And it's not only about whether our voice is heard or the city's voice is heard, it's also about the cities being able to participate in finding genuine solutions, because in the cities they know what type of needs the companies have, what investments are needed, and what type of activities create growth on a longer term. Sometimes we only talk about small investments, a few millions in a certain type of ecosystem can bring new R&D competencies, human capital to Finland. So it's about how we handle these matters. So I'm almost coming to an end of my speech. Now let me move on to the summary. So we will do our best so that the voice of the cities and other stakeholders be heard. We need a new type of preparation at this stage. It has to be more open. It's my third year in the ministerial role, and already a long time I heard that complaints about how things were not done very well and not very openly, and things haven't moved along. So we have to avoid this kind of suspicions. I think we have excellent plans in Finland to be able to strengthen our growth. For people, the EU is not about budget tables. It's visible when a new company is set up somewhere, new jobs are created, when new and clean energies are produced. So my speech was quite long, so now we can move on to our discussion. Many thanks for my part, and I would like to thank you all for all the job you are doing in different organizations for Finland. Please be in contact. It's very easy to contact me and my team, so let's work together in a great atmosphere, a great partnership plan. Thank you.
Kiitos ministeri mielenkiintoisesta puheenvuorosta.
Thank you very much, Minister. That was very interesting.
Ja varmasti moni muitakin tässä salissa, että kun
I would be interested to hear. You said that the voice of the cities must be heard. And when the European budget is being drafted, so I would be interested to hear about the dynamics in Brussels. Is the city's voice heard there?
I do think that we can hear the city's voices, and particularly we can hear Finland's voice. We have very experienced MEPs. We have very good lobbying, both on the political and the civil servant level. And of course, it depends on the political party in question, but we have also excellent relations all the way to the head of the Commission. And if we look at our key targets in Finland, promoting, for example, clean energy, it's all very much visible in the new proposal. But we have to be honest, as the level is risen, we feel it shouldn't maybe rise quite as much. We have to also internally think that Finland comes first. If you look at the euro cohesion gives us 27 cents, but then the other funds more. I think we should be able to get more funding where we are quite a big net payer. But we have also got plenty of good things also with regard to R&D. We can't just increase funds for something where 27 cents is left in Brussels. It's better to just use funding from Finland. But I would say that the voice of the cities is heard. And thank you for that. Thank you, Minister Strand. And let's give another round of applause, please.
No niin, sitten päästään itse paneelin
we can now get started with the actual panel. Now, we heard some weighty opinions from the minister in this introduction, and maybe just as a warm-up question, I'd be interested, well, let's say just thumbs up or thumbs down, is the EU going to the right direction in the Commission's new proposal for the MFF? Seems to be directing towards Satonen. I'll leave it halfway. But Ville Niinistö, you should argue for it. You're a former environmental minister and you have long experience on politics. So what about the advocacy work of Finland? Why did you put your thumb up? The general understanding in the Commission and in the European level is that the challenges for Europe are growing and we have to be able to meet to the challenges by China or the US, whether it's clean energy, technology, development, artificial intelligence, etc. And we also have to acknowledge that our values promoting free trade, for example, is now becoming or getting a weaker position. Europe wants to invest more in defense industry and in the technological development, technological leadership. We need to invest more in that. And we need to make sure that if we think about the scale for R&D and funding, 22% of the GNP is the average in European states, whereas 2.2 and in Asia and US it's 4 or 5%. So we need to have more funding. But in that respect, the budget is for the most part going to the right direction. But when we have the specific funding for each country, it's possible to do things also according to the country's own decisions, and that means that the control by the EU will be decreasing, and we just can do it as in the recovery fund. We are in that case using money in an inefficient manner, and this is something that Finns do not appreciate it if our money is not used effectively and efficiently. Marketta Henriksson, you come from Helsinki, you have a PhD in economics and you have almost a 30 years career in the ministry, and you're running the EU and International Affairs Secretariat, and you're also chair of NRPP preparation group chair. Why did you put your thumb up? I really had to think down or up, but I ended up having an opinion also. Usually civil servants are not asked to have it. There are many good elements. Of course, the overall size, just as the minister said, it should go down from the Commission's proposal, and also we have to make sure that it's also yielding things. But it has many good elements, and we had some reserves on the NRP originally. I was also the main negotiator in the recovery plan, and it already showed that it led to the growth of the Commission's power. And what is the advantage here is that so far the EU has quite strictly regulated where we should spend our money, but now we have more national freedom when, as in the NRP, we can make motions on where to spend the money on. But we can also see that we are going towards bilateral negotiations, which is part of the legislation. So bilateral negotiations with the Commission, where Commission can demand specific reforms in particular, not so much regarding the way the money is used, but what kind of reforms should be done nationally to be able to get that funding. And of course our reserves have contained some potential political problems where we have to commit to these things for a very long time, and we of course have elections in between, so that's why we haven't been too pleased with this. But we are already in the preparatory working group stage, so we have to learn to like it. And once the Commission's power increases, going away from the Parliament, members of the Parliament and the national governments. Well, Pia, you are now mayor of Turku for the new era, and you've been active in the EU and you like to knit. You weren't so sure what to respond, so how would you knit it in a better way? I think we've heard excellent comments so far. It's very good that these financial frameworks are being reviewed, and we are thinking about what would be the best way to circulate the European funding and think about how Europe should develop in the future, what our future prospects are. And therefore I think that there are many positive things in looking at the whole. But of course I have the same concerns as what Ville was raising and Market, the two, the long-term insight into the money being directed to Finland being used strategically correctly by Finland, to allocating it to places that will develop Finland's vitality, so that we won't have a very short-term vision based on the political situation of the day, but make sure that we can invest in the ecosystems we have in place and that we can guarantee that the funding will actually add to that vitality. And Arpa, you've been sitting in the Parliament since the early 2020s, and you have a lot of experience also from this election period, and you are in the city council in Sastamala, but you also understand the meaning of city. So why did you say or put your thumb up? Well, I think it was actually too early to say. Well, with that I mean that of course traditionally in the last stages there have been quite a lot of fights and battles to get the funding and what will be ultimately then allocated to us is. But I think what Ville said, I largely agree. And in this situation, Europe is so, to speak, the adult in the room when we look at what's going on elsewhere in the world. And strengthening European competitiveness is really a key, and also investing in security. And I think this is quite well done here. But about the national allocations, I believe that for the minister and the others, they keep hearing more and more demands about what percentage of whatever Finland is getting should go to this sector or that sector. And I think the amounts are more than what we are going to get. Let's then move on to the actual business, so the development. Cities' role in the upcoming financial framework. This is a question to everyone. Do we identify the role of cities enough as drivers for competitiveness? Piala, you can start. As a city representative, and I hope we could take it more into account in Finland, and more than 1/3 of Finns live in these 6 cities, and more than half of our GDP is produced in them. And of course it is important that we have the opportunity to engage in sustainable urban development, and the strengths we already have, but we get all the experience and competence and the kind of gut feeling about what the everyday lives of a third of Finns looks like, whether it's about integration, employment, continuous learning, lifelong learning, developing innovations, solving climate issues or solving environmental issues. We have a hands-on feeling on all of this, and I do hope that the role of cities in this whole would be better acknowledged and the partnership perspective would be visible and that we could really be constructing things together more than before. Ville Niinistö, how does that sound to you when you look at these things from Brussels? Do they acknowledge the role of cities there? Well, of course, if the focus of the budget is moving towards reforming subsidies and research and innovation and technology, and of course the cities will be involved in that. So in this financial frame work, it's going to the right direction, but we seem to be relying on the national governments when it comes to the ultimate use of the funding, because of course EU funding can be used in developing cities or preventing segregation within cities or to promote innovation activities there, but that has been decreased somewhat. And then we have the Horizon research funding program, which they promote should be doubled, and it is already the largest research fund in the world, and Finland is getting more than what would be its share. It's about 70% more than what our average budget payment is. So it makes sense to increase that research funding. It will also improve the way in which our network of institutions is tied to the European one. But cities and regions have been very much involved through these missions. There have been programs targeted or allocated to regions where several Finnish cities, Turku included, have been involved, and they can generate more even though they don't invest so much money there, but the network generates a lot of development activities, and you can also apply for funding for these research projects directly much more, and these kinds of structures are actually being weakened in this motion, and in the Parliament we try to get them back, and our negotiators want to reinforce the role of these missions, but there have been many details. When we want to streamline things, we also remove structures that used to work well and that would tie cities and regions into the development in the EU, and this may not apply to Finland, but there may be a political government with a small minority that is not investing in future, and then it is important the cities of that country, almost all cities always want to invest in future and in research. They can apply for funding from the EU and be an opposing voice in that international framework, and that should be possible, but this is also getting narrower in the new proposal. So we'll see how that will go.
Marketta Henriksson, if you look at this from the ministry's perspective, with your long experience, how does it look like to you? Well, the city's role is, of course, significant, and I think that in the new NRP plan, the possibility for cities to receive funding will be improved, and I think that it's a nationally competed funding, so we won't be sending applications to Brussels anymore, and at the ministry we will not receive them either. However, we know how many of them there are, but there will be opportunities for good projects to be developed and supported from Helsinki with Brussels money, so to say. And if we look at the NRP and the cities and regions' possibilities to participate will be improved, because earlier in the NRP there was no regional aspect involved. Well, it was meant for the recovery from the COVID-19 period, so it's a totally different type of element. So now we have the process which is based on EU legislation, and on this basis we take the preparations forward. And finally, this is the Finnish national plan that would be then adopted in the Parliament, and it involves the interests of cities and regions and municipalities, but also some political interests are involved, especially in this current situation. Well, the state would stop their own funding and use EU funding instead, but then cities would get less. However, then we tell them that you get EU funding via the state. So this is a risk if the government decided to cut the funding from them. So Satonen, you have perspective to this as a member of parliament and also from the Grand Committee. Are cities present there, seen there? Yes, indeed they are. Comment to the NRP and some details would be important, but also the bigger picture that we heard from the minister. Finland is a small country, and without cooperation it's not possible for us to achieve things. We have projects, joint projects together, cities, state and company funding is needed, universities are needed, public and private funding. If we look at national activities, we have the MAL system, which is quite good, although my municipality is not part of that. I've been following Tampere, which is central to my constituents. So for cities, this is a great opportunity to receive government funding, for instance, for trams. However, the cities must have a certain flexibility to be able to invest in these projects. And they, of course, have an impact on competitiveness in the long run. Individually, cities will not have funding enough to do something, so cooperation is key here in order to achieve results. And there, the bigger cities especially, have an important role. Yes, of course, we are talking about the level of cities to be able to continue this cooperation and these ecosystems that we have created in the cities. And we want to ring-fence this in a way that things would go in the direction that Ville set out. This is a real concern. We have to be able to maintain these ecosystems. And I think when this is then discussed in the parliament nationally, I think the plans will be more detailed in terms of taking into account cities and municipalities. And I think this is sensible in the bigger picture. Marketta Henriksson, now you're leading the NRP preparations in the ministry. The Commission requires the preparation to be carried out intensively with the regions and cities. How does this partnership look like, which is required by the Commission? Well, we're in the beginning phases at the moment, and we have already stated in public pertaining to this preparatory group, which is cross-ministerial, but also cities will be involved. I imagine we cannot always have big events because we want to somehow keep this under control and give the possibility to participants have their voice heard. We will have these preparatory meetings and then larger hearings. First one will be organized already in September, where we will inform everybody on how we'll proceed what requirements and prerequisites are involved, and we will also talk about the requirements for results, which is a new element for many stakeholders who would like to have this funding, what it means setting these interim and final objectives. And with the structure of the plans, we will look at different parts of the plans in subgroups. So this preparatory work is carried out. There is a certain level of participation, but then, of course, the final decision is done at a ministerial level. So at this stage, in the planning stage, we want to allow participation from many stakeholders. But of course, also the implementation stage and the evaluation stage is important, and hopefully there partnership is continuing. So NRP, could it be used as a means to compensate certain budgetary lines? Well, here it is important to see what the method is, the procedure, and this planning description that we just heard allays certain concerns, I think. When we look at things from Brussels, it's important that we have unified single markets, we have joint objectives where to use the European budget, and of course that digital transition, environmental solutions, and we have to guarantee that the national plans are a means to achieve all this. And we can combine the funding of different sectors. And of course, it's up to us nationally to do this. And my group supports this idea, but we have certain concerns about certain details. Well, then the state of the archipelago, which is not perhaps directly involving the cities, but it is important for cities in terms of protecting the Baltic Sea. Well, in the EU, agricultural regulation is very detailed, and nationally we have the idea that there are no allocated specialized programs, but this new setup offers the possibility to allocate funds to different types of programs, how to enforce the biotopes, how to look at nutrients. So it's possible to focus funding, target funding in this way nationally. So there is a certain flexibility in this sense. So then it is possible nationally to create more useful partnerships. Well, archipelago, it is something to do with the cities. We are really interested in that. But yes, so far everybody is talking about the protection of the Baltic Sea and the archipelago. However, it's important that also those, for instance, farmers who are involved there in those regions get support for protective measures. So we need a combination of different factors and more funding. Yes, I'm sure that the cities will be able to participate in all this, but how do you see this? Is this enough? What type of role cities should have in the preparation of the NRPs? Well, we are a bit concerned about whether our voice is actually heard, and cities perhaps feel that just to be heard is not really enough. Rather, it's important to have us as partners, and this is something we have emphasized. It's really important to define the role of the cities in this and how cities can be there to negotiate about the funding. So this is very important for us. And all these listed cities that we mentioned here are very strongly participating in this.
Arto, mä haluaisin kysyä sulta sellaisen, kun sulla on kuitenkin nyt kokemusta myös työministerin
And Arto,
salkusta ja
you were also a Minister of Employment earlier, and when we look at the bad unemployment situation, which is hindering economic growth, as we know. The future MFF and the EU, will it offer any solutions to this problem, or is it more a national competence? Well, this is a national competence. Of course, there is a mechanism that could be used within the EU. However, on the employment situation, it is true that the rate of unemployment in big cities, is rather high. For instance, in Tampere, the rate is higher than in the surrounding regions. So these areas are attractive. They have a pull factor both for working population and for unemployed. So when we look at the figures, we have to look what lies behind these figures. We have a lot of people who are outside these figures, employable, that are not seen in these figures. We have people who have earlier not been unemployed. They received subsidies, and now they are really unemployed. Now they were not in the statistics before, but now they are in the statistics because they are obliged to apply for jobs. And another example, if we have Ukrainians who fled the war here, as long as they are in the reception centers without a job, but they are not in the unemployed statistics. But when they move to a public housing apartment, then they become part of the unemployment statistics. So, of course, I'm not trying to diminish this matter. We have to be able to solve this, but these figures that we are talking about are a bit too bleak, relatively speaking. And then thirdly, our labor market, interim market, require new activities. And when we had a different policy, about 10,000 people were there within that program nationally, but now when this is under the responsibility of municipalities, then the figure is lower. We could talk about this for a long time, what these figures mean, but it means ultimately that tens of thousands of people are openly unemployed than before because the system has changed.
The former minister admits that the government has actually increased the number of the unemployed, and I'd like to comment that we do talk about this in the EU a lot as well, that people are made to be unemployed and then they are in a machinery where they have to apply for jobs, although there are no jobs available. So it's not really a good labor policy to say that this is a good idea to have people included in the unemployment statistics when there are no jobs to apply for. But it's much better what you said that currently actually the labor market is operating really poorly right now because the government removed the possibility for the unemployed to do a little bit of work without losing their subsidies. And now that we want to support employment and the EU funding can help in that, we should really think about it's not an achievement to have people unemployed for a long time. Because according to the science, being a long-term unemployed person makes their situation worse in so many aspects, they should be directed to retraining and so on. And I think the minister took up a matter that was a clear failure from their part. I just have to comment because this is not our actual topic, but let's say so that there is no other Nordic country where we have people who could have been for 5 years on a labor market support, and nobody even was interested in how they were doing. So this is no solution that people are left on their own and we have just a small amount of support once a month. But it is true that the system is not working in all aspects, and also in the welfare areas should have a bigger role. We often hear the comment that when in the employment area we try to push people forward, it stops because in the welfare areas they get into very long queues and their business can't be processed. We can't put people on retirement or to go to rehabilitation. I don't think we disagree on the issue so much, but maybe we disagree on the means. Pia Elo, now I am going to move to another topic. Employment is the municipality's responsibility, but what else can the cities do or are doing that the government or the EU can't do? I would have loved to join the employment discussion, but if we try to stick to the topic of this panel, I would have liked to take all other means to improve employment and how cities can take care of this business. I just wanted to mention that. But the role of cities is huge in education. We are organizing education.
tai oikeastaan varhaiskasvatuksesta toiselle asteelle. Se on kokonaisuudessaan meidän ja siinä kohtaa niin meidän vastuulla on se, että minkälaisia nuoria meillä on tulossa sitten kouluttautumaan joko pidemmälle tai siirtymään työelämään. Ja siinä kohtaa on äärettömän tärkeää, että minkälainen ympäristö pystytään tarjoamaan näille nuorille siihen elämän alkuun ja lähtemään. Ja se on asia, johon valtiolla on yllättävän pieni rooli siinä kohtaa, jossa sitten taas kaupungit ovat keskeisinä toimijoina. Sen lisäksi tulee tietenkin ammattikorkeakoulut, niin kuin korkea-aste ainakin Turussa on kaupungin omistamana. Toki siinäkin on monta eri muotoa ja sitten se yhteistyö, joka ollaan pystytty rakentamaan vaikka sitten yliopistojen kanssa, josta me täällä Turussa ylpeillään kovastikin. Meidän ekosysteemi kyllä kattaa koko kouluuran ja pyritään kyllä jatkuvasti sitä kehittämään. Ja mikäli meille ei ikään kuin tarvita tällaista mahdollisuutta, niin vaikeaksi menee. Meille voidaan puhua vaikka tästä niin telakan tilanteesta, joka on meriklusteri, joka rakentuu täällä Turussa ja vaikuttaa koko valtakuntaan ja siihen, mitä Suomi vie. Niin ei ole ihan vähäinen arvo sillä, miten me pystytään täällä alueellisesti luomaan sellainen ympäristö, ilmapiiri ja halu ja innostus, jossa on paitsi halu näillä nuorilla kouluttautuu, vanhemmilla uudelleen kouluttautuu, mutta myöskin yrityksillä tulla tänne ja keksiä jotain uutta ja viedä asioita eteenpäin. Ja siinä on äärettömän tärkeää se, että luodaan sellainen. Tässä oli ainakin puheessa oli myöskin siitä, että miten tuodaan globaaleilta markkinoilta Suomeen tekijöitä, niin silloin taas kaupunkien rooli siinä, että tarjotaan hyvää arkea, pystytäänkö tarjoamaan turvallinen ympäristö, lapsille päivähoitopaikkona, sellaista hyvää elämää se koko perheelle, joka lisää sitä kilpailukykyä. Eli puhutaan aika isoista kysymyksistä siinä, että mikä on kaupunkien rooli tämän kilpailukyvyn
issues when we talk about the city's role in improving our competitiveness, and you can't only look at it through single funding. It's really the whole development work we're doing within cities. Then we are going towards the end of the panel, and it's time to talk about the future. And since we here now have partly been speaking about the upcoming MFF on a more theoretical level, I'm going to challenge you to think about
2034.
year 2034. So at the end of the upcoming financial framework, if we think about the residents in the city of Turku, how will these residents see the strength and competitiveness of the EU here? Marketa, if you can start, please. An optimal situation would be to have the funding having improved the competitiveness in Finland and in the EU, so that Finns would be even happier than they are now, have the happiest country, but we would have maintained that ranking and maybe have a longer distance to number 2. So that would mean that we have used funding well. And going back to the previous comments, I think the way to achieve this is what Arto emphasized, it's the cooperation. I think Ville, or the minister, mentioned this strategy of dealing things between you and me. So I wouldn't like us to go to that direction, but we should take into account all the things, both horizontally and vertically, and think about what would be the best projects for the whole of Finland. And since we need to compete the money, and politically we're looking at what are the good projects, I'm sure it's those projects that cover large cooperation. I think it will also yield the best results, and it gives the best likelihood of getting the funding, and I think that's what we all want. How do you see it's going to change the lives of city dwellers? How can we see that we have succeeded? I think it is part of the whole, and it might be difficult to say what will be exactly thanks to that thing and what would be thanks to economic growth or our domestic efforts. We're talking about large entities here, of course, but the basic idea obviously is that through economic growth, through the improvement of competitiveness and employment, it will be visible in people's everyday lives. And I do think that we have the very good C cluster, as we heard, is really top of its class, and we are expanding it from the cruise ships to icebreakers. And in Tampere we have chip technology very strong, in a strong position, and we have clear areas where we have very high quality R&D activities that creates competitiveness and jobs. It also creates high level jobs that we can pay better salaries for. So I do believe, therefore, maybe I'm a bit of old school, I do believe in the cluster thinking very much. And I think it's also important that the strength of these six-pack, these municipalities, that they are large enough so that they have the connection for them to engage in discussions with the academic world and so on. Plus, if the sector is doing worse, you can find solutions. So it supports the whole network supports, and we're not competing against each other. We're not competing with the regions, but really in Europe, and we're in a global competition. So I think these are the building blocks for this. What about Ville Niinistö, former Turku resident and now Espoo resident in 8 years? How will you see that? If you just go to the area of our technical university, you should be able to see them. We have been focusing on the Finnish envelope and so on, but of course if we think about the European industrial policy, we need to have future-oriented investment so that we can cope with the competition with the US to get our business on the top level. And that has to go through Europe still. And what I see is that for Finland to have an opportunity to be a leading technological country in the EU framework, when the EU is investing in digital competence and Finland has competence in that, the microchips, and also the funding going to defense should benefit this, that we favor domestic technological development, so we would have our own semiconductors and microchips, aerospace technology, because the United States has got its advantage in these digital technologies by investing heavily on the defense industry. And I think it's a key for Finland if we utilize these national envelopes and apply for funding in Europe. We could be the leading technological country in many areas in Europe. Of course, we have our own institutes doing R&D, but Turku and Tampere cities, all these, Oulu has the 6G, so we're not competing against each other. We're all developing the world-class competence. EU is funding that, the Finnish government is funding it, and I would say that we can get these unicorns, big companies that will grow and create jobs, and through that we can have succeeding and doing cities. Of course, we also want to take care of the environment and make sure that our Baltic Sea is doing better. So it's not all about technology, but I am hopeful that Finland can get a leading role when we develop this connection and are active in developing our own position as well. What about Pia Elo? As a mayor, how will Turku residents say when Turku will turn 805? Yes.
5-vuotisessa Turussa. Kyllä mä ehkä palaisin tähän työpaikkoihin ja sitä kautta syntyneeseen hyvinvointiin. Eli kyllä niin ajattelisin, että se kilpailukyvyn lisääntyminen tuottaa lisää työpaikkoja ja mahdollistaa paremmin elämän kuitenkin työ on se, joka monen kiinnittää yhteiskuntaan ja saa niin perheessä ihmeitä aikaa ja se on niin tämänhetkisen arjen monen tragedia on se työttömyys ja ajattelisin, että se olisi people's everyday lives currently is unemployment, and I think that is key. And when we succeed in that, it will create a hopeful circle around it, or a cycle of tavoitteena on olla paitsi ilmastoneutraali silloin 2050, niin Turku wants to be climate neutral in 2039 and climate positive in 2034, but I do think it's part of it. Ja me voidaan entistä paremmin, niin me ollaan onnistuttu kuitenkin niin vähentää entisestään päästöjä ja lisäämään saavutettavuutta even further, and we've turkulaiset pääsevät paikkoihin ja
accessibility people in Turku can gain access to places and we can increase our competitiveness that way. So I would like Finland to be
vaan osana aktiivisena toimijana.
Have a better access to Finland. Finns better access to Europe. So we have the jobs here and we have the climate positive goal that we want to achieve. Very good. And to wrap things up, I would like to ask one question, and I would like you to answer with just one word to this question. What is needed for strengthening EU's competitiveness? Just one word. I know it can be hard for politicians, but do try. Arto can start. Cooperation. Very good. Pia. Cities. I'll say the same. Cooperation.
Mä sanoisin edelläkävijyys.
Ville, I'd say being a forerunner. Well, it's good to stop this panel session here. I'd like to ask you to stay put. And I've made my own job easy. We have Mayor Johanna Kirjovainen from Tampere to give this closing speech.
Testataan nyt vielä, että kuuluuko. Ilmeisesti kuuluu. Hyvä.
Let's test that the microphone works. Great, thank you. This is a great opportunity for me to draw up the final summary because the final comments were rather optimistic about Finland as a technological frontrunner and about carbon neutrality and all the good objectives that we have in terms of funding. Now, let me look at the thoughts that came to me from this panel, and from Tampere I would like to give our key messages for this topic. I think in this discussion it was very clear what we heard also from the minister's speech is that cities are needed in this planning of the funding instrument, its implementation and evaluation as partners, not just as stakeholders whose voice is heard. They should be genuine partners in this development work. I think the panel was rather positive in its approach. However, of course, it's good that we try to move towards this regenerative support model. There were some concerns as to the decision-making process for the funds so that the funding would be impactful in Finland. And of course, we, the 6 cities, want to emphasize this. When you cooperate with the 6 cities in partnership, then the funding can be targeted very efficiently. Now, then the messages I mentioned, but it was interesting to listen to comments about employment. I'm responsible for employment services in Tampere. I will not say much about this. However, in Tampere, we try to face these challenges. We want to try and develop the model. This year, we will pay about 50 million euros of fines because of all the unemployed individuals we have in Tampere. So for us, it's important to guarantee that the national plan creates a lot of impact and competitiveness. So therefore, it's important that we can participate fully as partners in the planning and in implementation and evaluation. As we heard from Mayor Elo, we propose that in these NRPs there is this city figure involved so that it would allow for a multi-annual implementation and a comprehensive contract where the cities have a clear role of implementation. So we support fully the European Parliament's and big cities' recommendation that 11% of regional funds should be targeted to cities. About 35% of Finnish population live in these big cities. We are important hubs for investments, innovation and universities, for companies and international relations. So all these organizations develop new technologies, AI solutions, clean tech investments together. And Minister Strand already mentioned this. In the cities, we are very close to the companies and universities. We know them very well, better than higher up in the bureaucracy. In cities, we create growth platforms for startups, and we create the infrastructure for data utilization for the whole society. So we think it's important to allocate funding where it's actually achieving something and creating leverage for innovations, growth And regional funding should be used in a way that we can be successful in the R&D funding applications. So the central message from the 6 cities is that the program priorities can be identified already now. We need stronger innovative ecosystems, competencies, activities that support competencies, climate sustainability, circular economy, sustainable transport, and investments in digital transition, and socially sustainable urban development. Arto Satonen mentioned already that we do not need to start this work from scratch. Rather, in Finland, we already have good examples and experiences in Finland, for instance, MAL contract and ecosystem contracts between the cities and administrations. Partnership between public and municipal actors helps to allocate and target funding where it's needed. So therefore, the big cities want to emphasize this genuine partnership. I've said this word many, many times already, so I'm sure that you'll remember it now, partnership. So the city's role must be identified as platforms of innovation and as implementation sites for the regulation. So new solutions and innovations meet there, and these will then on long term enforce the competitiveness of Finland and will allow us to react to new challenges. So with this partnership, the cities get a clear role and responsibility to be successful in this work. So in these 6 cities, we are not just doing development work locally, but we improve competitiveness, green transition, and practical implementation of EU objectives together. Thank you very much for everybody. Thank you for listening to my messages. Thank you for everybody. Many thanks for my part. Thank you to all the panelists. A big hand to all the participants. Warm thanks to all the speakers for my part as well, and many thanks to the speakers today, to the moderators here, and to the audience here and online. So now we have finalized Thursday's program in Sopuk, in the Nook, and you are welcome to participate in our program again tomorrow. Friday's program starts at 9 o'clock on the main stage with the Europe Forum traditional MEP panel. So many thanks for today. Have a nice evening and see you again tomorrow. Thank you.